I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down
down.
when I run around, and I'll make it sound, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got it down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show that. We got no cry. We barely five as one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've treated my soul
Follow my
that
pace.
we the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
In this world
high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, let the game begin.
Like it free.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother flow next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Hi! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hi! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundaries between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The House of Partings claims victory. Single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke.
heroes. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land. Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the embers awakening.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome to the Honor of Kings Malaysia King League Spring Season 2025, Week 6, by the way, and I am Blam, and with me today is Sagi once more. I mean, we seem to be a little bit of a partners in crime here going into the MKL, right?
Honestly speaking, Blam, it's a pleasure to be always casting with you throughout the week so far, and honestly, throughout the week so far, it's right now the week 6, the final week of the regular season of MKL Spring Season 2025. And honestly speaking, right, so many actions, so many games so far. It's been a blast.
Oh, absolutely. Exactly like you said there. Lots of games, lots of action, but it's all been leading up to this point as well, right? Like, we are at week 6 now. Some of these matches, as it is obviously late into the regular season, don't quite kind of actually hold any weight for some of the teams. So either way, it's kind of just like the ride out. It's kind of just getting warmed up, fired up for those play-ins, and obviously the playoff stage coming forward soon.
Well, definitely today, we're going to be seeing more and more action from these teams, solidifying their top 1, top 2 position, for example, in Nova and BSE, right? And for other teams, it's just to prove or to fix their position in the top 6, right? So right now, let's check out the standings real quick, Black.
Yeah, so standings, as you can see here, Black Shrew Esports at the tippity top of the table. Underneath that is Nova Esports, AG in 3rd, O2 Esports in 4th, DTE Gaming in 5th, Team Secret in 6th, and then Todak and Seoul Esports obviously already cannot make it into the playoffs or play-ins. So it is those top 6 teams, as you see it here, and as you were saying, Sagi, it's kind of just like, can these teams within the top 6 kind of just try and get a few more matches upon themselves within their rankings?
Yeah, if we do see like top 3, 4, 5, and 6, things still can be shaken up based on their rankings so far, especially O2 Esports and DTE Gaming. They do have what it takes to actually break through AG Global, securing those two teams a better slotting towards the play-ins, right? The playoffs, right? So definitely those two teams are to look for this week's entire schedule. So talking about schedule, let's check out today's schedule with the first game being Seoul Esports versus Blackstreet Esports, following with O2 Esports versus Toda, and finally the match of the day, Blab, Nova Esports versus AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup was it was what I was really excited for in week 2, right? Like, this is the last time these two teams went at it, but it was kind of anticlimactic. So I'm really hoping that AEG actually do something and have prepared since week 2 to try and beat Nova. At least they've thrown them in at least a round, right?
At least a round indeed. So right now, the question is always asked, AG Global, where is their golden form that they showed us so far during the HOK S3 qualifiers in Malaysia, where they took down Blackstreet Esports, where they went 7 games full to Nova Esports, right? So definitely, the question revolves around where is AG Global's golden form, Blam?
Yeah, I mean, where is their head at this point in the regular season? But I suppose with some of these teams, they really just want to get into the playoffs. So as soon as they get into the playoffs, obviously the format changes a little bit as well. It does go into a best of 5 format, so which is what we've been seeing for the previous qualifiers for the season 3, and obviously going into the playoffs is going to be a little bit more of a harder battle for these teams. But none of this would have been possible without our sponsor for the tournament, which is going to be Real Me, the 14 series, which is obviously what all these players are playing on. Gaming, pick Real Me 14. The Real Me 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest vapor cooling area, empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS within Honor of Kings. Promise a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Gaming, pick Realme 14.
Realme 14, what a stacked phone we have. 120 FPS and smooth cooling definitely secures you a good outcome when it comes to gaming. You know, most of the phones, 120 FPS does make your phone hot, so definitely having a good cooling from the Realme 14 series is a very much needed add-on. So definitely, Blam, what a cool phone.
Cool phone. It obviously features, and obviously the in terms of it being played at the 120 FPS per second as well.
Oh, but talking about that, 6 to 8 June, Sunway Pyramid, Lower Ground 2, Blue Concourse, we have the Honor of Kings, Malaysian MKL Spring Season 25 playoffs happening there. So whoever's near there, whoever's living nearby, Petaling Jaya, Subang Jaya, please head on over to Sunway Pyramid to catch the grand finals, the semi-finals, the playoff play-ins of this epic finale.
Yeah, I mean, we'd all love to be there, right? I mean, I would like to fly over from the opposite side of the pond, but unfortunately, it's just a little bit too expensive for me, so I'm sure it'll be a blast over there. I'm sure there will be obviously stuff to do in terms of Honor of Kings, because every time we do put on an offline LAN, it's always a blast. There's always way more than just watching the live games as well, so make sure you do attend the playoffs and the finals in Malaysia as well.
Oh, the offline is definitely going to be a blast. But before that, let's check out both team lineups for today's first series. On Seoul Esports, we have SE Frost in the Clash lane, Gui in the jungle, JK, the farm lane, swap towards the mid lane, and Me Too, their substitute back to the farm lane, and Ice U, their substitute as well, onto the roamer.
Yes, and then their opponents will be none other than Blackstreet Esports, which is represented by Musang King, Xiaohong, Dion, JR, and Siang into the Clash lane. So these are very familiar faces. Obviously, Dion is a little bit of a new addition, the new kid on the block, but definitely being one of the standout players. But speaking of other standout players, I have to say it has to be up into the Clash lane, right? Obviously, Siang, unlike the picks of like Mayin, has been absolutely crucial for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
Blackstreet Esports Siang on the Mayin has shown us from time to time that what he's capable of, clutching these plays, making these multi-man knockups to secure the game-winning plays for Blackstreet Esports, right? But looking at the stats so far, KDA-wise, definitely rocking at 5.9 over to the side of SE Frost. On the side of damage tank per minute, we can see that both sides, they have a different approach, right? Frost is more of a utility style, soaks up damage, while Siang is like a secondary carry, takes the gold, does the work for the team.
Absolutely. I mean, they're both pointing their thumbs at each other, like saying, hey, I'm the Clash lane guy that you want on your team, but the stats there really prove that obviously it's more so into Xiang's favor, right? Like he definitely has the more carry potential, which we've been used to seeing him on the Gorge within the MKL Spring Season 2025. So I feel like definitely Xiang in this one definitely is the better Clash lane. But hey, maybe Seoul Esports Clash lane could actually prove us wrong in this best of 3.
So far, we've seen MKL throughout the 5 weeks, and coming to the 6th week, we have seen upsets, we have seen underdog stories. Be it today, Seoul Esports in the final week, maybe they can pull off a surprise for us with this fixed-up roster, or maybe it's gonna be the same old story, Blackstreet Esports terrorizing everybody in the league. But hey, a series is a series, it's in one of the strongest league in global, which is the MKL, so definitely something to look out for today.
Oh, absolutely. You're right. Like you were saying in the introduction, this is obviously going to be another game, or at least another series in the notch for Blackstreet Esports to try and maintain that top spot of the ladder, right? So they're definitely going to not like try and drop anything, I feel like, at this point, even if we are into week 6 and they already solidified their place within the playoffs. But this is now the game 1 BP between Seoul Esports and Blackstreet Esports, and obviously Luna being the most banned hero within the Malaysian King King League, this far, it makes sense for it to stay and maintain that appearance right now.
Well, Luna, as you say, Luna and Pei, definitely one of the 2 frequent visitors in the black ban slot so far out of like the later stages of the week so far in the MKL, and Blackstreet Esports here answering with a Dolia ban. Not wanting to see those Yuhuan Dolia combos, the Elaine Dolia combo, so definitely removing that ultimate refresh mechanic out of the game entirely, and we say so far, Pei is removed from the bans.
Pei's removed from the bans as well. Again, just another like highly banned hero so far. Definitely a little bit different to some of the leagues. The Luna and Pei being sort of the prio just means that the likes of Musang King can't quite get his hands on these sort of like high frame heroes into the jungle, even though we know he doesn't need that, right? Like he's been on picks like the Agudo where he performs exceptionally well. But over to the side of Blackstreet Esports, they do ban out the Diadea, so support heavy bans for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
The pro heavy bans indeed. So looking at Seoul Esports here, are they looking for the all-ground approach on the first pick, or what are they looking at? The Arlie, the Mai Shiranui, and we hear the lock coming in, and it will be the Mai Shiranui, and giving over Arlie to JR, one of the best Arlie users so far that we've seen throughout the MKL Spring Season 2025. Definitely not a wise choice here. What do you think, Blam?
I mean, it makes sense for Seoul Esports to take it up because you don't really want to sort of... Yes, you give over the Arlie to JR, which you said he is one of the better players of Arlie within the MKL, but letting that Maisha and fall through as well for Song, we've saw him play on it previously as well. It's not quite his sort of suited role. He's more of the control mage, utility mage player, but he can still shine on this pick. And there we go. As I was saying in the introduction, you can take away the Luna, you can take away the Pei, but Musang King still has his Agudo.
His Agudo, his signature Agudo that made wonders back in the HOKS3 qualifiers, the KC 2024. Definitely a notable pick for his side. Oh, an alarm pick being locked in for Gui here for Seoul Esports here. A clash of an assassin versus the utility jungle here. But hey, we are looking at Dharma being led over to the side of Blackstreet Esports as well. So both sides, they're coming in with a very big arsenal when it comes to the engage Mai Shiranui and Zhang Fei for Seoul Esports. And Blackstreet Esports, you have the Dharma for all these flash truth mantras.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just sits onto Xiang here. Again, it's just kind of like great shutdown into the back line, as you can see for Blackstreet Esports, trying to pick up the Mai Shiranui, trying to kind of stop her getting the Kachusans and getting into maybe potentially the squishy heroes of Blackstreet Esports. But the banning phase here, obviously Yixing being banned out for the side of Seoul Esports, as well as the Nua, 2 big picks for the mid lane of Blackstreet Esports. So potentially we could be seeing something like the Lady Jen come through, or even the Princess Frost having some more AoE control would be really beneficial here for Blackstreet Esports.
Or maybe we can even see a Shi coming out from Zihong here. But definitely on the side of Seoul Esports draft, you have the Mai Shiranui, Zhang Fei, and Lam. Definitely a very tough situation for JR's Arlie to actually maneuver around the fight without getting caught first hand out, right? So definitely the Agudo, the Roamer on the side of Blackstreet Esports will have to really plot through the team fights to secure Arlie, JR a very comfortable space. And Yuhuan being locked in on the 4th pick, it's a flexible pick. It can go roam, it can go mid. So smart draft here coming from Blackstreet Esports.
Very smart draft, right? Like, they can choose if they want to go and lock in their support towards the end of this one. Do they end up going for something a little bit more suppressive, like the Liang at the end of it? Or they go into the mid lane, like we've already said, either the Sher, Lady Jen, or Princess Frost would work very well within this one. But I like the fact how the Huan and the Agudo come through, because obviously Agudo, Wild Growth has her own kind of healing, and then Huan, it just pairs up even more. So sustainability already for the side of Black Shrew Esports is looking much better than Seoul Esports.
Sustainability is the name and is the game for Black Shrew Esports here. Playing it long, the long game definitely fits Black Shrew Esports styles. Calm, steady, and based on their pace. But Yin being locked in, Polo being locked in, does cement like a very big team fight here. And Kongming being locked inside the mid lane for Zihong here. When we last seen Kongming, is definitely always going to be Nova Esports Wendy, who maybe popularized this pick into the mid lane. So definitely a carry mid so far from Zihong.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? I mean, they definitely need some more of carry potential, because obviously it's not going to fall over to obviously Musang King to be the carry here. I feel like Xiang is not going to be the carry onto the Dharma. It doesn't quite have that same carry potential as something like the Main. So definitely having a full safe with the Kongming here just means that you know there is going to be a lot of priority into the side lanes, definitely towards the bot side of the map, as well as the mid lane right now.
Well, if you look at both drafts, right, Blam, definitely Seoul Esports has a very straightforward draft. They want to fight, they want to play engaged with these high damage output here. But only thing they're worried about is this Marco Polo versus Arlie matchup, which can be very well tight in this Game 1 series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these picks obviously going to be relying on going for the attack speed. Obviously, the Doomsday is going to be the early game power spike for JR on the Arlie, as well as Me Too, right? So we'll see how it goes. Which ones are going to get the power in? We've obviously seen a bit of a rotation already. Dion coming back down as ICU's already into the bot side of the map as well, trying to make sure that Me Too, it doesn't have a hard time in this early part of the game. Neither of these marksmen are yet to get to level 2, but now JR is actually there ahead.
Ooh, small poke coming in for JR onto ICU, being chunked almost to 40%, 60% perhaps. And right now, both sides playing a 2v2 around the bot side, while the top side of the map, we see both mage players hovering towards their clash lane here. So nothing fancy is going to be happening until maybe the 2-minute mark, where we're going to see an actual fight over the 2-minute objective on the space sprite on the top side.
Potential, right? Like, they're definitely sort of trying to give over pressure into these side lanes. I feel like because you have the carries into the mid lane, you're not going to really be going for the quickest takedown into the mid T1s, right? Like, even though they are kind of very fruitful sort of first early game objectives, but Kongming and Mai Shiranui don't have the fastest kind of like turret takedown either, so they're definitely going to be kind of prioritizing these side lanes.
That is true indeed. So looking at the bot side right now, Black Shrew Esports definitely wants to put more pressure on this weak Marco Polo early game. So definitely they are trying to chip down a tower, even by a little here. Small pokes coming in. So let's talk about both teams' draft, right? The initiative, and what I like about Seoul Esports here, they really have the draft that revolves around being the initiative. On the side of Black Shrew Esports, you heavily rely on the Dharma being the first engage, right? Oh, he secures the sprite there.
He got it. He got it. The last little jab onto the sprite. So again, some more resources going over to Black Shrew Esports. As we see globally, they're ahead by about 200 gold, which isn't the greatest at this point in the game. But this is Black Shrew Esports. They don't just play for gold, they play for multiple objectives at once.
And yes,
here, taking away the Azure Golem.
Oh, cheeky steal here coming from Musang King. Knowing the fact that Lam has showed his vision onto the top side, onto the space sprite, immediately he knows the clear time of the Lam's Azure Golem. Immediately using the release spell, taking it immediately. No harm. No risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to affect the performance of the Lam, right? Goi is not going to have those faster cooldowns on his abilities, which he really needs and really benefits of onto Lam's kit. But hey, this is what we always say about BSE Musang King, right? He's always across the gorge, making sure he's kind of having the dominance that he needs in the early game. It's not like Agudo needs to get the sort of early game itemization and stuff like that. They just need to go and just put the pressure on. And obviously with the use of release, as we saw there onto the Azure Golem, takes it very easy, and you don't have to kind of expand your smite either.
Yeah, save the smite, use the release, take it without any risk. Definitely a style where Black Shrew Esports really rely on providing the vision, utilizing the vision game to enter the jungle with no risk. And we see that so far 3 minutes in, both teams are farming very peacefully, and JR, 300 more gold until he hits the Doomsday spike that he needs for this 4-minute Tyrant fight.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get the early game power spike as we go into these neutral objectives in about 27 seconds. But as you can see, top side of the map here, Xiang actually gets the hit onto Goi, trying to use the death from below to get out of this team fight. It is going to be the first blood going over to Musang King, but Frost does pay it back, gaining the kill onto Xiang.
Hey, that's a not bad trade coming from Seoul Esports, expanding 3 players on the side of top side while Maestro Nui clashes the mid wave into the tower. So, yet again, Seoul Esports still loses a bit here as Musang King once again takes away the Azure Golem on the side of the Seoul Esports team. And it's now 4 minutes. What are we going to see from both teams?
I mean, taking away the Azure Golem is just probably going to be the name of the game here, just to make sure that Lam doesn't have a great sort of time that he needs, right? Because obviously having that Azure Golem means that he's able to kind of clear the jungle a lot faster, also get the cooldown on his skills. So I think this is just kind of like the beauty behind Musang King's knowledge, but also the ease into the enemy jungle for the Agudo as well, right?
Yeah, it's a compounding effect, it snowballs. You lack the wave clear, you lack the cooldown reduction on Lam spells to actually clear these minion waves, and it actually results in all these... Oh, dropping dangerously low here, Gui. Ooh, what a blast coming from lane here, and Tyrant being started out right into the minute.
Yeah, I mean, that winning strategy is going to be just as impressive enough to like keep them away from these Tyrant right now. As you can see, Lam's been forced back to that Crimson Golem there, able to take that because he's not able to go into a potential team fight there for the Tyrant, right? Like, if he goes in, he's not going to come out.
He's not going to come out. His health bar was strategically being down by the side of Blackstreet Esports immediately, realizing the fact that, hey, the enemy jungle has no health. If he comes in, it's gonna be a suicide mission. So let's take the Tyrant with no harm at all. So that's the name of the game of BSE. Calm, calculated, and plan as always.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely showing it on the Gorge right now. There is definitely calmness. I mean, we're only, what, like... 5 minutes and 30 seconds, only 2 kills across the board here. Oh, the Embroiled Locust did miss, but the Death from Below pulls him back. But there it is, the Truth Manager to pull him away, using the flash as well. Siang doesn't have much within his utility to get out of this one, but we are seeing a rotation from mid and everybody onto the side of BSE. Off the top side of the map, it is going to be going down. Boy gets taken out with the winning strategy already. I see you. We don't see you anymore. Blackstreet Esports completely dominating the top side of the map and rotating down to the Azure Golem, just getting multiple objectives. This is classic BSE.
Classic BSE. Xiang there, getting himself out of the pickle here. Well, hold on a moment. They might be hunting down JK. Okay, JK gets out. But let's hop right back into the play real quick. Xiang there got caught by 3 people, got hit by the Unbridled Outburst, immediately escaping with the Truth Mantra, the real mantra, making sure that he escapes and the cavalry arrives to save him, winning the fight and securing all these objectives, and the fight breaks through mid again.
Yeah, no, he's just buying himself enough time so his teammates can come around here, but boy, he's already down by like EXP as well. Down goes Frost, thanks to the winning strategy once more. So really the con being paid true here. Double kill going over to the side. Oh, and a triple kill going over to the side of BSE. I mean, they don't quite have the minion wave. It is coming in now into the mid lane. Could they potentially finish it here with only 2 members of Seoul Esports alive? We're at 7 minutes into the game here, Sagi, and it looks like BSE are not messing around, taking game 1 just under 7 minutes.
Wow, that's a record-breaking win once again. Back then, it was Nova versus Seoul Esports, rocking that record with 7 minutes 27 seconds. And that game, it was just nice, maybe 7 minutes and a few seconds. Blackstreet Esports here, further breaking the record again on the fastest game in MKL spring season.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw it kind of, it was poetry in motion though, like, right? Like, they went to the top side of the map, they got that huge team fight, they then rotated down to the Azure Golem. At that same time, we saw the minion wave already kind of being prioritized and crashing into the T1 into the mid lane, just kept coming through. The side of Seoul Esports didn't have a response to come out of the crystal or out of the base to even try and attend or try and do anything right. Like, there was just so much pressure coming from BSE, but it looked calm, collective, and it definitely worked.
It definitely worked indeed. Like, from what we saw, it's just a Crimson Golem, it's just a Azure Golem, but those stack. And when Seoul Esports decided to pull the trigger onto BSE Xiang's Dharma, he escaped, calm, collected, the cavalry arrived, and immediately they demolish Seoul Esports, and moving back to the Azure Golem, moving back to the tier 2, and from then onward, they destroyed Seoul Esports once again, capitalizing on their death timers, immediately bringing it to a game-winning, record-breaking time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just going to be shown here. The proof in the pudding within this post-game analytics, right? Not a single... Actually, the only death was obviously to Siang in the early parts of the game, around about 5 minutes, I believe it was. But other than that, we saw Blackstreet Esports not drop any more lives. And as we were saying about it in the draft, right? Like, they had JR on the early, but the true carry of this game number 1 was definitely the Kong Min here.
The Kongming rocking the 503 KDA. Zihong once again showing us, yep, he may not be the best assassin player out there on the mage, but when it comes to all these artillery mages, these big guns, he comes out on top and shows that he can do damage here. And yet again, Musang King on the signature Agudor never fails to amaze.
Never fails because he doesn't really need much within the part of the game, right? Like, he's only there to kind of just put pressure on, rotate fast, clear his jungle pretty fast as well. But then it's also just to apply pressure to the enemy jungle, which when you're playing something like Lam Goi here, you need that Azure Golem, and Musang King knew that, and he absolutely punished you for not taking it sooner.
As your word, absolutely punished. Noticing the fact that, hey, Gray, you showed up topside taking the space sprite. I know the exact timer and where you started on your jungle clear. Immediately invading the blue buff, invading the Azure Golem, stealing it with the release, getting out with almost no risk at all. No risk.
No risk at all. Like, literally, not once did we see Musang King die, right? But looking at the damage dealt here, definitely go over to Xiong, going to 39.8k. And then obviously, next up is going to be right about JR and Musang King, both doing exactly the same amount of damage. But this is where the critters come through from Agudo's kit that just does so much damage.
It does so much damage. It does so much potential. But let's check out the goal graph real quick on how this game really escalated into such an avalanche, into such a game record breaking in the MKL, right? Let's check out the goal graph. You see, it's a very, standard line, nothing going on to the first 5 minutes of the game. Immediately, the one play Xiang did, escaping himself from the 3-man collapse on the side of Seoul Esports, the cavalry arrived to save him. Immediately, Black Shoe Esports triggered, found a point, secured the team fight, move on to the Azure Golem, move on to the tier 2 mid lane, and that's where it all crumbled for South Seoul Esports.
Yeah, no, they definitely were very methodical with that takedown. They knew, right? They had the timers, and obviously, like we were saying, as we came out of that game, the minion wave coming through to the mid lane was just all on point. It was like public transport coming through at that right time on the schedule, and that's exactly how they got this. But MVP is going to go over to none other than Xiong here in the mid lane. Obviously, the second tier carry for the side of Black Shoe Esports, as we said in the draft, going Kongming meant that there was going to be a lot more damage come through for the side of Black Shoe Esports.
The winning strategy coming in from Black Shoe Esports, Zihong on this Kongming pick really secured the win in such a fast fashion, in such a clean fashion in a sense as well. So definitely, Black Shoe Esports here further proving us to the point that, hey, people say that our carry is JR and Xiang, but everyone can carry. You can put carries on the side of you can put on Zihong, you can put the carries onto our jungle. Everyone works as one to bring the victory. And let's check out the highlights real quick, Blam.
Yeah, no, this is where it all started to crumble for the side of Seoul Esports, right? The takedown of Goi, but then obviously paid back for Xiang being taken down. The only death for the side of Black Shoe Esports in the game number 1 between these two teams. But that push away, if he only catch 2, that would have been a completely different tale.
Immediately pushing away, and a different tale was spoken today. The winning strategy landing onto Black Shoe Esports here, giving them the W for the fastest game in MKL so far.
Oh, absolutely. A very clean, fast 7 minutes. I mean, that was definitely what we were expecting here from Black Shoe Esports. Obviously, these two teams went up against each other in, the first week? And obviously, Black Shoe Esports took a 2-0 victory over them, but it wasn't this decisive. It wasn't this clinical.
Wasn't this clinical indeed, and this was really a masterclass showing of, I would say it's not just a slaughter, it's also a lesson for Black Shoe Esports towards these new teams like Seoul Esports, like Toda, telling them like, hey, if you want to be the best, you gotta go through all these challenges. Being beaten by the best does not mean you're weak. It's just a growing pattern. It's just a growing path that you really need to secure to be one day the best like Black Shoe Esports.
Yeah, you got to beat the best to become the best, right? But right now, Black Shoe Esports definitely sort of put their staple and their stamp on that quickest time within the MKL Spring Season 2025. It just means, hey, Nova, can you do it against AG? Can you be a little bit quicker against AG? But I can't imagine so, right? AG aren't kind of like the same tier team for me personally as something like Seoul Esports.
Yeah, I do agree so as well. Wanting AG to be beaten down in less than 7 minutes does seem maybe not impossible, but it's gonna be a hard task compared to this matchup. Not to look down on Seoul Esports here, but if you look at the standings, the first place versus the last place, I wouldn't say it's expected, but it's more of Seoul, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely Seoul Esports, they need to make a little bit more of a methodical approach to their early game. Maybe need to be a little bit more aggressive onto Black Shrew Esports. Maybe try and catch them off a little bit earlier, because that's definitely nothing. That definitely didn't happen in this game one, right? Like the Black Shrew Esports was kind of just left to their own devices, left to kind of accumulate that growth and room that they needed.
Well, growth is definitely needed on the side of Seoul Esports here, and Black Shrew Esports is their #1 teacher when it comes to cruel esports. So definitely, being in one of the toughest region in the world, in global scene, is definitely a place where Seoul Esports can really learn on how to be a better team, right?
Absolutely, but we are going to be getting them over to the blue side once more, so they can go for their prio pick. Obviously, this is the global ban pick as well, so they can't go for the likes of the Maestro Inoue this time around. So you will see as we go into the draft of game number 2 between Seoul Esports and Black Shrew Esports, which teams have, which heroes have been picked and banned in the previous game. As we can see there, previous ban picks, and they're going to ban out the Maestro Inoue for the side of Seoul Esports.
Seoul Esports here definitely look like they want to set up for either the Luna or the Pay on their first pick here. So Black Shrew Esports here, respecting the fact that, hey, Arlie is definitely one of the best picks so far in the MKL, just like Maestro Inoue. Let's ban it out to avoid any mistakes, any potential harm coming in from our draft, right? So Seoul Esports here, they're planning, do we want the Luna? Do we want the Pay? What is the verdict here for our team?
Well, they've locked it in, so potentially what they're going to be seeing here, they don't want the Liang to come through, so it's going to be either over to Black Shrew Esports, do they ban out the Pay, do they ban out the Luna, or do they allow something like the Diadea to still come through this time early in the game, or even the Dolia, right? Because that was banned out for Black Shrew Esports within their first 2 bans of game 1.
Here's what might gonna happen, right? So Esports gonna probably pick the Luna, alright, and then Black Shrew Esports gonna pull out the Pay and invade the jungle, show them tempo, show them aggressiveness in the first 4 minutes of the game, right? You dare to pick the Luna, I'm gonna punish you with these high tempo junglers, high invade capability junglers. So does Seoul Esports take the bait? Does BSC answer with it? I kind of want to find out if that's the case.
It could be the case, right? I mean, definitely have everything to be picked here on the blue side. But this is the thing as well with blue side, right? Like, if you pick something and it doesn't quite... You aren't able to kind of match around the core of it and later on within the draft, it's going to be really interesting. But the Pay coming here through means that Black Shrew Esports can go for a quick counter pick. They take the Byron, they take the Zhang Fei.
Byron and Zhang Fei matching the aggressiveness coming in from Pei. We know that Zhang Fei, with the smite in the early game, can protect, can steal, can secure these early objectives of these jungle camps. And Byron here, one of the best laner, if not the best laners in the Clash Net, aside from potentially the Meteor. So definitely, Black Shrew Esports here doing their homework, protecting their jungle with these strong picks.
Yeah, Byron and the Zhang Fei coming through here. There's obviously quite a lot of control already in Bridal Outburst, as well as obviously the knock-up from Byron also. But matching that up is obviously going to be the D-Ranger. Using his ultimate is going to mean that something as tanky as the Zhang Fei is going to be able to take a lot more damage thanks to the physical and magical damage reduction from the ultimate of D-Ranger. But then the Diadea coming through here as well means that that Destiny Count is going to give a lot of healing and a lot of engaged potential for the side of Seoul Esports.
Ooh, Seoul Esports here drafting a very strong early game. D-Ranger, notoriously known as a lane bully, as a fast shover in terms of taking down turrets, and Pei as well, hyper aggressive and can really chunk out these towers in the first 4 minutes of the game, thus expanding their tempo here. So Black Shrew Esports here, prioritizing the ban onto the Sun Che, removing these counter picks on the side of Xiang's Byron here. Charlotte, Sun Che, and the side of Seoul Esports here, they're looking to ban off some of the mid lane here. But yet again, both teams yet to pick their mid lane here, so definitely have to be cautious on how many mids you can actually ban to really secure this team comp that you actually want.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're looking realistically into the mid lane, obviously they've already picked the combing. They can't go for the Maestro Inoue, so they're going to have to go for something a little bit more of the utility mage. I feel like once again, the call that we had in the early game, the last game, sorry, something potentially like the Lady Chen, or even more burst damage potentially from the Ganon Mo, right? We normally see it quite often where Lung comes through, Ganon Mo comes through, and having a strong front line already, something like the Zhang Fei and the Byron, means that you're going to have that distance to kind of shred through something like the Pei.
Exactly. So if you want to play range, Ganon Mo definitely is one of the heroes so far that you can pick here to really counter the pace aggressiveness in the mid game. But definitely one of the burst mage that we haven't seen so far in the tournament is definitely going to be the Angela that's going to be locked in here for the side of Black Shrew Esports Zihong. Another big artillery mage here for Zihong signature.
Yeah, great wave clear. Obviously, great anti-tank potential as well. We haven't seen a tank yet come through for the side of Seoul Esports. Realistically, it can only really go up into Clash lane now because obviously we have the idea down into the support role. So potentially here, Song on the Angela is just going to be using that Blazing Brilliance to just kind of like mitigate any kind of hopes of being targeted by the Diadea or any other like crucial CC that we could be seeing come through here for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, and hearing that they lock it is gonna be the Lubu. Definitely a good counter on so many shields. You have the Blazing Brilliance shield coming in from Angela, you have the Unbridled Outburst shield coming from Zhang Fei, and Byron as well with the shield as well on his ultimate. Definitely, when you pick the Lubu, you want to counter these shields. And a rare pick coming from Black True Esports is gonna be none other than Ukyo Tachibana in the jungle.
Yes, I mean, a lot of HP regen from this hero. Obviously, CC as well is going to be good for single targets, maybe trying to slow down something like the Pei. But the Lubu, as we know, only can really start to do damage when we start to get that Siege Breaker come through. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the side of Black True Esports are going to try and dismantle that Clash lane, right? Because, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure going up to that side of the map this time around. Byron, in the early game, for me, definitely takes this 1v1, right?
Yeah, Byron in the early game definitely is nothing to be joke around with. But let's check out in game 2 between Black True Esports and Seoul Esports whether or not can Seoul Esports stop this death ball from Black True Esports, or Black True Esports just another day can take this as a 2-0.
Potentially, I mean, they definitely had that 7-minute finisher, right? So there could be a chance that BSC could do it here. I mean, Dion is taking a lot of damage already from ICU, but when you're a Zhang Fei, and in the early parts, you are just going to be chunking those bits of damage for your either mid or your farm lane.
Exactly, and Me Too here being severely punished by JR. He's not getting level 2, and he gets taken down before level 2, Blam.
Yeah, a little bit kind of caution to the wind here. That definitely didn't seep through to Me Too's window last night as he was sleeping. JR on the Lung not only managed to get level 2 quicker than the D-Ranger here, he hit hard. Flaming Palms coming through is not what you want to be chunking this early on if you're a D-Ranger.
Exactly, and noticing on the 1v1 so far, Me Too definitely failed in terms of pushing out the wave while simultaneously poking out JR's health, so allowing JR to really hit that level 2 before Me Too did. So let's talk a bit more, right, on this Lubu pick. For those new players out there, we don't really have like an anti-shield mechanic, but true damage is your anti-shield mechanic. It goes through shield and it does direct damage onto your health bar here. So that's why Lubu is chosen by the side of Seoul Esports Frost to counter the Zhang Fei's shield, to counter the Angela shield, to counter the Byron shield. So that explains why this pick is chosen here.
It's why it's chosen, but obviously I feel like a team like Black True Esports are going to know that, right? Like, we're already seeing a lot of pressure up into the Clash lane already. Like, we see Byron, obviously Ukyo already kind of rotating up there, trying to see if we can get a pick up on Frost pretty early. Obviously haven't quite been able to do that just yet, but I feel like it's definitely on the cards, right? They're just waiting for the prime moment. They already have First Blood, which is already kind of like a big weight taken off the side of Black True Esports in terms of extra sort of resources, but also the fact that they can have like, right, okay, JR can handle himself in that lane alone. Let's actually put a lot more pressure into the top side of the map.
The top side has been a lot of pressure. The jungle is under fire. Black True Esports here, they know for a fact that, hey, you want to counter us with this Lubu pick, that's going to be taking you to the mid to late game. We're not going to allow that to happen. We're definitely going to be punished in the early game. And talking about punish, JR gets punished here just a little.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to worry, right? He has the infinite vastness. He can chunk a lot of this whilst his teammates come through, trying to exhaust a lot of the spells. The Unbridled Airburst onto 2 is going to be enough for Xiong to get the kill onto onto Me Too, as well as ICU. This is not the kind of dominance that Seoul Esports want to be facing against in this game 2. We do get the flow inside onto Dion. You have to be careful. He's not getting out to go beast mode, and there it is. Guai coming through, picking the kill, but also Guai is on the run, but also Xiong had to get out of there as well.
Musang King here trying to look for Guai. Okay, everything's good, but definitely fast rotations here coming in from Black True Esports here. Although a slight overextension here, but overall a 2-4-1 healthy win over side of Black True Esports here.
Yeah, 2-for-1, great. I mean, definitely what the side of Black True Esports still needed to maintain the dominance that they already kind of accumulated against Seoul Esports right now, but they want to make sure that they don't lose the lane priority down for the side lane, right? Like, definitely you want JR ahead in terms of itemization and gold, which he currently is. You don't want to let that slip.
Yeah, you don't want to let that slip, so definitely a positive approach coming from Seoul Esports here, but definitely not noticing the map on what are the movements coming from Blackstreet Esports here, delaying their escape, thus allowing Blackstreet Esports to secure more on the map and thus secure the Tyrant as well.
Yeah, very fast securing of the Tyrant. Obviously, they was able to get the minion wave kind of pushed into that base, into the bot side of the map, just made it a lot easier. We're already seeing that they're kind of rotating as a 3, just making sure that Musang King's getting a fast clear as well, right? Like, he's like bouncing to and from these jungle camps, and it's all thanks to both mid and Clash Lane.
Mid and Clash Lane and the Roamer, everybody making sure that the double carry, which is Musang King and Jay, are having a blast, making sure that, hey, you want to farm safely from the presence of the Pei? I got you. You need someone to be your bodyguard, take this top tower, the bottom tower, I got you as well. Xiang rotates immediately to invade this red buff.
Yeah, I mean, look how methodical this is, right? Like, Xiang teleported down there because they all communicate, like, right, guys, Crimson's up, let's go for it. They get it. So taking that away from Pei is a lot of damage, but there it is. The Bright Light Burst catches 2, but it is going to be the Tremble Mortals into the back line just to try and push away Blackstreet Esports for now, but it is Frost chunking a lot of the damage and actually taking JR's Infinite Vastness off so yeah, he can get out of there. I think he didn't need to use that, but he still did.
All he did, he fast rotated himself to the mid lane and allowing them to take this mid tower right now. Although there were no kills happening towards the bot side of the map, but hey, they won in terms of health bars, they won the skirmish, and what was there to pay? The reward was the mid tower of Seoul Esports here. So definitely, Blackstreet Esports here definitely proving us once again, kills are not what matters in Heroes Gorge, in Honor of Kings. Objective makes the game work.
Exactly right. Like, you don't have to commit to a team fight if you don't feel like you're going to get any kills from it, which is exactly what Blackstreet Esports did there. They just kind of did their job. They chunked a lot of damage onto ICU. Frost took a lot of damage as well, so he knew that, well, the side of Blackstreet Esports knew that they weren't going to re-engage, right? Now they take the T1 down to the bot side of the map, putting a lot more pressure onto the side of Seoul Esports in that respect. But Seoul Esports actually get the T1 up into the Clash Lane for now. ICU needs to be careful. Don't get hit by that Blazing Brilliance and managed to use the Heart Link to escape.
Ooh, almost getting caught there, burning the flash, burning the mobility to get himself out of safety. A failed attempt onto the Crimson here, but a failed attempt means Blackstreet Esports, they're marching towards your Crimson that they have a timer on, and look at Xiang, he's rotating as well.
Yep, Xiang rotating. They're always rotating as a 5-man, right? Like, they're just definitely putting pressure here. They need every little bit of the components to get a great team fight from Blackstreet Esports. But not only just a great team fight, they just want to get those aces. Like, we don't want to see, like, 1 or 2 trades. They're wanting to pick up the Crimson Golem, just deny Pei from any extra damage. They catch onto the back line here with a Bright Light Burst, catches, and it basically immobilizes ICU to the point that he can't heal. That means the takedown of JR was so easy, so methodical for Blackstreet Esports.
Methodical indeed. From the rotations on the top side, securing the waves, rotating to the Crimson, rotating for the 3-man engage from the Unbridled Outburst and the turret here. Definitely a planned gameplay coming from Blackstreet Esports, and prop to the end. 3-man stun from the Unbridled Outburst here, Blam.
Yeah, very good. I mean, he was able to catch it the right member, right? Like, ICU was just kind of out for the count, and that just meant that JK was like, guys, I kind of need help here. Like, I'm going to get dived on, and that's exactly what happened. But this is just, again, Blackstreet Esports not quite actually getting that 7-minute finish that they got in game number 1, but with the comp that they have here, obviously, like we're seeing, Musang King's playing a little bit more of a carry. He needs to kind of be the guy that's going in there, doing a lot of damage, getting the kills, and then getting out, whereas Agudo, the hero from game number 1, just means that you're able to kind of push these turrets a lot faster than you would most other junglers.
Well, exactly right. So right now we do see that, hey, good effort from Seoul Esports. You're dragging the game not faster than 7 minutes that we've seen so far, and you're actually slowly trying to stop the bleeding from happening in terms of gold department, right? 8 minutes, 4,600 gold lead is definitely not something to be joking with, and yet again, another pressure point coming in towards the Crimson and the bottom side of Seoul Esports coming in from Blackstreet Esports.
Yeah, like you're saying there, that 4.6k gold lead, it's not a slow bleed, but it's not also like a hemorrhaging as well, right? Like, it's definitely like that steady in between that you want to be at this point in the game. You definitely want to have a great lead ahead of you, and that's it's just going to enable the snowball here. But speaking of snowball, he does come through onto the Lubu, but it is going to be using the Tremble Mortals to bait in, do a lot of damage onto the side of Blackstreet Esports, but it does mean Frost gets taken down. All means Xiang was going 1-to-1 with Roy here, just trying to keep him away from his teammates, because if Pei got in there, especially with those lower levels, lower health heroes onto the side of Black True Esports, they would have gone down so easy.
Props to Frost here. He actually got a 4-man Tremble models on almost all members of Black True Esports here. If, as you say, if anything, if Gray was in that fight, that would be a disastrous call from BSE.
Yeah, exactly. And Seong knew that, right? Like, he was just putting pressure onto the pay. He knew that if Goi got in there, it was going to be hard for them. But you can kind of see here, they're kind of posturing and pandering here up into the clash lane. They're just trying to make sure they freeze this minion wave, get rid of any kind of incoming crash, but it may be at the cost of Musang King. He does get taken down thanks to Me Too. We are seeing the Tremble Mortal being exhausted as well, right? Just trying to kind of make sure they've locked in place. For all that time, Siang had enough time to take the T1 into clash lane, which was probably the main goal.
Ooh, so Esports here, capturing the opportunity of Musang King using all his ability spells, his mobility all expanded, and thus now, we might just be able to secure his first Crimson after a long while here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a consolation prize at this point, right? Like, it's not really going to do too much to pay going into the 10-minute mark. But yes, Goi, gotta be careful. Siang coming into the back line here. Does get the Thunderstorm onto the side of Me Too. Gets the takedown. He uses the dash over the wall. He's able to chunk and sustain a lot of damage from JK for now. Keeping himself into the team fight, but it is gonna be a re-engage. ICU, JK going down as well as Goi. This is gonna be the team wipe for BSE once more. This could be it. They have the minion wave in the mid lane once again. Is this going to save Sungun Dance for game 2? Just a little bit of a prolonged inevitability for the side of Seoul Esports, and it's looking like it. Me Too up now off the Death Cooler, but that's not going to be enough to maintain this minion wave in the mid lane, crashing through and claiming game 2 for BSE.
Masterclass of a team fight coming in from Black True Esports here, although we see solid attempt from Seoul Esports trying to find these opportunities, these multiple men engaged from the Tremble models, from Lubu, from Frost, but yet again, you're behind so much gold to a point that you aren't able to convert it into a positive team fight. Props to Seoul Esports for finding these opportunities, but still, it's still a goal lead. You just have to respect it.
You have to respect it, or they will basically punish you for it, right? I mean, that's exactly what we saw there in that last team fight of this game 2 between Black True Esports and Seoul Esports. Is they didn't respect the gold difference. They tried to go in, tried to claim a little bit more kills for themselves on the side of Seoul Esports, but Black True was just like, hey, we got your number.
We got your number, and that's the code for the viewer rewards as well. So anyone who wants it, you can claim it in the game. So wow, what a performance coming from Black True Esports here. 2 games, not even 20 minutes expended to close off the series against Seoul Esports here. So props to Seoul Esports for putting up a decent showcase of what they can do even with their sub roster. And from Black True Esports, another day in the park, another day, another win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a little bit of a different tale, right? I mean, the last time we was on Broadcast Sagi is the fact that, like, we had so many Tempest Dragon games, and now we have Black True Esports actually finishing a BO3 in less than one of those games.
Oh, and definitely I want to point out as well, right, Blam? Seems to me that the trend of Clash laners right now, they prefer the Pure Sky as their first item compared to the Axe of Torment, right? They usually just Pure Sky into the Four Scars Embrace, and that's about it, and they go tank, right? We've seen it on the Charlotte, we've seen it on the Byron, and right now, it seems to be more and more popular into the coming weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this gives a little bit more sustainability into the early, into the mid game as well, especially if you're a team like Black True Esports that are just wanting to finish the game early, right? Like, normally, like you said there, the Pure Sky comes towards the end of the optimization, but if you want to finish the game quick, having that little bit more of a sustainability means that you're going to be able to kind of stay in there and have that kind of late game tank scaling that would have necessarily come through unless you build the Pure Sky towards the end.
Exactly, Pure Sky allowing you to do all these crazy engage with damage reduction. But let's check out these stats real quick. Black True Esports here, I kind of want to give it props, you know, to Dian. He has had a phenomenal game on Zhang Fei. Multi-man Unbridled Outburst when it mattered, when their rotations are intact, he find these flanks, he find these knockups, he find these knockbacks on the Unbridled Outburst, securing every potential win for Black True Esports in these team fights.
Exactly, like very well played for both of these, well, but for Black True Esports more importantly, right? Like, we do have to give props over to Frost, like the fact that, like, using that Tremble Mortal almost caught out Black True Esports on the defensive, like, more times than they really expected, but they're able to actually get the kill Musanki at least once this time around. So obviously the blemish on his record is probably not going to be the greatest thing for him, but overall the victory is going to be tasting sweet here for Black Shrew Esports.
Ooh, and look at what's sweet as that the gold graph is sweet as well. It's a slow gold graph until the breaking point as we've seen so far from Black Shrew Esports game. You're not a really kill-hungry team. They're objective-centric, and if you want to compete us when you're losing in terms of objective, that's when teams tend to bleed more and more gold over to the side of Black Shrew Esports, and that's what we see from the gold graph. Slow, steady until the 5-6 minute mark, and then it avalanches towards 10-minute mark and towards the end game.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think over the 2 games within this series, not a single Shadow variant of the neutral objectives was even claimed, because obviously game 1 finished in 7 minutes. This one finished in 10 minutes and 38 seconds. So only 38 seconds for the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord to actually appear. But obviously, this wouldn't be a complete series without crowning our MVP, which is none other than Dion on the Musanki, onto the Zhang sorry. So obviously, those Unbridled Outbursts were definitely connecting here for the side of Black Shrew Esports, Dion.
Wow, Dian, as we mentioned, Unbridled Outburst after Unbridled Outburst, securing all these early objectives with this Smite Zhangfei and converting them into these multi-man engaged team fights once he unlocks that level 4, that ultimate, the Unbridled Outburst. Man, every ultimate that we've seen so far was multi-man engaged, not a single missed ulti so far.
Yeah, I mean, that one that kind of really stuck out in my mind was down to the bot side of the map, where he didn't catch 3. He caught JR, which we'll obviously see into the game highlights, but ICU. He caught ICU, which was obviously enough to kind of just disable the Diadea for enough time for JK to be taken down, and then it just kind of just fell through at that point. Just the snowball and the overall team fight effect at that moment was huge for BSE.
Huge, and let's check out what they really did so far in the game highlights. And this was the 1v1 that we've seen. Me Too, not respecting the level 2 and getting punished for that. And look at this multi-man into the... He even timed it correctly, right? We've seen that, okay, you have the Purify on the DRNG spell too. He hit that double knockup on the DRNG, making sure he cannot escape. And this was the knockback you're talking about. Another multi-man engage.
Yes, getting both Me Too and ICU into that Unbridled Outburst just meant that JK was the unfortunate kind of casualty in that whole thing. But it was, if you look at the damage dealt, there we go, yeah, 3 of them. But if you look at the damage dealt for the side of Seoul Esports, the biggest part of the damage that came through was obviously JK onto the Lady Chen. So taking that out in the early part of the team fight meant that there was no great destructive deluge, and it was really hard for Seoul Esports to try and accumulate or even like fathom what was happening there. Just like Frost getting hit by the winds, he was twirling, his head was in a spin, which meant that game 2 was a clear victory here for Black Shrew Esports once more.
Once more, Black Shrew Esports claimed the win onto Seoul Esports here, marking them for the confirmation of their playoff spot right now. They don't have to play the play-ins, and they're directly slotted into the playoffs, which will be happening on 6th of June if I'm not mistaken. So definitely congratulations to Black Shrew Esports, which we'll be talking to them in a bit.
Yeah, we'll be talking to them in a bit, obviously when the interview does come through, which is going to be with one of their teammates. But it's going to be, obviously, the week 6. They still have games to play against, obviously, Nova as well as Todak. So they still have 2 games to play. Obviously, the one tomorrow against Nova is probably going to be like their biggest decider, right, of that top place.
Oh, and we're definitely going to be interviewing none other than JR in a moment. So what are questions that we want to ask him so far, Blam? What are you thinking?
I mean, we've got some questions on the board, right? So we're going to go into these with BSE now.
Hi, JR. Hello. 你好, JR. Hello. So definitely, Blam, you go first. What do you want to ask for JR? I'll be an interpreter. Go on.
Yeah, so congratulations, obviously, on that top 2 spot there. So well done on the win, JR. You secured top 2 in the regular season, and you are slotted directly to the playoffs on the June 7th. How do you feel now?
So JR 刚刚解说就是说到就是哦 Okay, you can answer?
Okay. I feel so happy lah and excited.
Ooh, happy and excited. So a question from me. So right now, compared to the roster last year, this year you imported BSE Dian. So how has that impacted your team?
I think he helped us to 怎么讲运营啊
Oh, so he mentioned 运营. It means that rotations, macro, it improved their macro rotations in a very high level. So, Blam, next question for JR.
Yeah, so aside from Nova Esports, is there any team you look out for in the top 6?
I think it's O2 and DTE.
O2 and DTE, the few teams that forced them into a pinch. DTE definitely forcing them to the Tempest Dragon until 30 minutes where they make an amazing comeback. So, last question from me, right, JR? Tomorrow you'll fight against Nova Esports to claim the first place of regular season. They beat you last time. Is there gonna be any change this time?
We will come back stronger tomorrow.
Alright, he will come back stronger, guys. And thank you so much, JR, for the interview. Congratulations on the win and the fastest game so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, JR, for that interview and the insight there, obviously, with about Dian, obviously improving their macro and their rotations to a whole nother level, as we heard there from JR. So it already paying off that Dian onto their roster is going to be kind of like the key difference potentially here for Black True Esports, especially going into further competitions, maybe potentially like KWC later on in the year as well.
Well, only time will tell when they really qualify themselves to the KWC, but definitely interesting import, which is the BSE Dian. Maybe he's like the father role, the captain role, where really they secure all these objectives from these macro plays that we talk about, right? JR telling us that, hey, the import, which is BSE Dian, definitely providing all these macro rotations, these maybe discipline issues that they previously had, now further solidifying themselves as the first place or second place in the regular season.
Exactly, definitely so. But I mean, definitely a bit of a throw off there. The fact that they are most sort of worried about not obviously Nova, but obviously O2 and DTE. They're not worried about Team Secret. They're not worried about AG. So that's a little bit of a turn tail for me. I thought it would have been the opposite way around, right? I mean, yes, Team Secret are definitely lower within the top 6, but AG being at number 3, I thought that would be a little bit more of a contender there for Black True Esports. But hey, what do we know? These teams have definitely scrimmed against each other, but that was the first match of the day, right? Black True Esports taking a decisive 2-0 against Seoul Esports. But we're not done there yet. We have O2 Esports going up against Todak next after this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go for a short break and get your drinks, get your snacks. This is going to be a banger. O2 Esports, Todak after this one.
See ya.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights.
Fabulous.
Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land. Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MKL Week 6, Day 1. Wow, Blam. Just now we saw a game that actually was less than 20 minutes for both games.
Yeah, a series that was less than 20 minutes for both games, which is wild. Like I said, when we actually witnessed that defeat overall of the 2-0 for Black Shrew Esports, we were saying last time we were on broadcast, I think we had like, what, 3 Tempest Dragon games, and that whole series just was like shorter than the rest of them.
Yeah, probably the coach at the back end was like, hey, you guys seem to be disrespectful for our game plan. Let me whip you into shape. And coming into this game, maybe it's a sign of like, you know, it's like they want to compete against none other than their rivals, Nova Esports, for their game record-breaking duration, right? So they probably had that in the mind, and they're like, hey, let's break the record as well and put BSE onto the pinnacle of game speed.
You're potentially right. I mean, they definitely hold it within other competitions and other tournaments that they played against. But let's look at these next teams' lineups as we get into this series number 2. And it's O2 Esports, who are represented by K1 into the Clash, Kongling into the jungle, Care into the mid lane, X1 into the farm lane, and White into the support role.
And over the side of Toda, we have staying in the mid lane with a mix of everything, with Anda, their original roamer, being the jungle, Hua, their sub-jungler, being the Clash lane, Yuhao, their sub-roamer, being brought up as the roamer, and CCS, their original Clash lane, towards the farm lane here. So a bit of a mix and match for Todak here, representing their lineup, which is similar to last week.
Yeah, I feel like they're always moving around, right? They're like pieces on a chessboard. They're just like, hey guys, we're just gonna move around, make sure our opponents are just guessing at where we're gonna be this time or this week. But we're gonna take a little bit of a matchup into the mid lane here.
Ooh, mid lane here. Let's check out O2 Care versus Todak Stays head to head. KDA wise, GPM wise, DPM wise, they are all quite tied. But yet again, kill participation does hung more over to the side of Todak Stay, representing that, hey, plays, rotations, does focus more on Stay to make these early game, mid game plays to really put Todak into the early mid game so far that we've seen.
Yeah, potentially, right? Like, it depends on who their farm lane's going to be, right? Like, so I feel like if they're going to have like more of a late game farm lane that they need to kind of get up to scratch a little bit quicker, then Stay is definitely going to be the guy that you need in your mid lane to be rotating and making sure that a potential 3v2 goes into the favor of Todak.
Definitely. And so far we've seen in terms of Todak, right? Yes, they are at the bottom of the standings, but still, they're early to mid-game when challenging teams like Nova, when challenging teams like O2 or DTE. They have, from time and time again, made it very difficult for them to actually come out on top in the early to mid-game, while Todak provides these challenges for these teams. It's like a benchmark for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of making sure that they kind of have their early to mid game up to scratch, I guess. I mean, that could be one takeaway from a tournament, but being at the bottom of the leaderboard here means that obviously you need to make sure for Todak, when they come back in obviously the next season of MKL, they need to make sure that they're able to run and finish these games out for themselves, right? Because I mean, what's good about being good in the early and mid game if you can't finish any of your matches?
Exactly. Early to mid game is a crucial part of the game, but still, you have to transition these early to mid game leads into a deciding factor, into a deciding win. And talking about deciding, O2 Esports decides to go onto the blue side, defaulting Todak towards the red side in terms of the pick and bans. So O2 Esports here, definitely a very jungle-centric team with the likes of O2 Kongling. So this game is definitely going to be a very heisty game in the jungle department.
Yeah, we can really hope so, right? Like, we can hope that O2 Esports are going to kind of bring and match their flavor of Todak in that early to mid game and make it a little bit more kind of action-packed, because obviously the last game we watched, I think we even got to, in game one between BSC and SE, Seoul Esports, was the fact that they didn't have like more than 2 kills on the board around about maybe 6-7 minutes in the game. So I want to see a little bit more kind of like tit for tat going on between these two teams.
O2 Esports and Todak, both very aggressive in the early game, wanting to fight for the river control. Definitely we might see something happening on the side of both teams. I do want to see maybe potential picks coming in from O2 Esports here. Xiang Yu, yeah, one of the signature picks for K1 in the Clash lane. It definitely is a very favorable pick on to O2 Esports, while Todak, even though they mix and match their roles last week, they did prove that they have a solid foundation when it comes to games like these.
Yeah, I mean, the last time these teams actually played against each other was in the second week, but it was actually 2-1 to O2 Esports. So I feel like that's probably going to be Todak's main goal here, is to try and beat either O2 Esports in a 2-1 or at least maintain that kind of scoreboard between these two rivals this far. But it could potentially go either way, right? Like you're saying, the Xiang Yu being a little bit of a different pick here for either of these teams. Depends on if they can actually utilize it.
Yeah, and talking about these teams' previous score, as we've seen so far, O2 Esports in the week 2, they haven't really woke up, or to say like warm up in completely, right? But moving on to week 3, defeating the likes of Nova, defeating the likes of AG, ramping their momentum into today where they are actually top 4, top 5 right now. But talking about that, let's head on to the draft real quick.
Yeah, draft of game number 1 coming through here. O2 Esports banning out the Dharma. Again, one of the top 5 heroes that has the most appearance within MKL Spring Season 2025, and paired up with Mai Shiranui as well. Like, these are definitely 2 of the top 5 heroes when it comes to most appearance. Lung here onto the side of Todak means that they don't want to give over Lung to X1 in this first game.
Long here being banned, are we gonna see a +1 onto the Arlie pick? And the top 2 bans so far, Pei, Luna is not to be banned. And okay, Pei here is up for grabs, Arlie here is up for grabs. Both teams, what are you looking for? O2 Esports here locks in the Arlie here. Todak here, they might just, hey, thanks for the Arlie. Here you go, that's the Arlie. We will take the Pei and we'll play to our own favorite tempo.
Yeah, I mean, going for like a Pei and a Byron here would be pretty great at going against the Arlie, because obviously both are very sort of like fast, mobile heroes that can get in, especially with the knockups from the Byron as well. A lot of great early aggression from those 2 combos, but Todak going to be locking in. There's the Pei, and their second pick is going to be the Zhang Fei.
hyper aggressive setup coming in from Todak here. You have the Smite, the usual common spell setup from the Zhang Fei. He will be accompanying this Pei to really wreak havoc on the side of O2 Esports jungle. As we know, why is Pei from time to time being such a high priority ban? It's because of his early game tempo. It's because that he's such a strong carry in the early game, allowing him to invade jungle, secure camps, and make these tempo plays. But on the side of O2 Esports here, when it comes to matching tempo, Byron is one of the heroes you have to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it's been set up and linked in with a Liam Poe here as well. I mean, is this going to be a bit of a sure sign for the side of O2 Esports if they're going to go for the Orgrin into the jungle here? Because most times when we see a Liam Poe come through, Orgrin's not that far behind, right? But over the Todak, they go for the Charlotte up into the Clash lane.
Ooh, Charlotte here wanting the 1v1 into the side lane, further making sure that they can tackle this silent issue here for the side of Todak. Respecting the Musashi ban coming in from O2 Esports, we've seen a masterclass performance of O2 Esports when they picked the Musashi into Nova Esports. And for the side of O2 Esports, they ban out the channel, which is a notorious counter for Arlie in the laning phase. They might look to ban out either the Direnjie or the Lady Sun, or within these two, right, as the counters for Arlie.
Potentially here, right? To be honest, they ban out the Musashi, they ban out the Jing here. Obviously, the Musashi is a direct counter to the Orgrin, so are they trying to bait out the Orgrin here for O2 Esports? Todak is, because they're like, all right, okay, we'll ban out the Musashi, or are they going to take it for themselves? Which they can't really, because, well, they got Clash, they've got their jungle, right? So it's definitely, they're trying to play O2 Esports into taking this pick.
Oh, and another assassin jungle being the Jing being locked off for the side of Todak here. So as you say, they might be actually just baiting out this Orgrin pick, and they save their mid lane towards the last pick, maybe drafting the Lady Zen, which is a notorious counter known to be against the Orgrin here. As we said, Marco Polo being locked in for the side of Todak here, they want to set up this bait and reel O2 Esports in.
Yeah, I mean, the Marco Polo didn't quite match up too well up against the Arlie in the last series that we watched, right? So we'll see how that fares for the side of Todak and O2 Esports. I believe that CCS actually had a good performance on the Marco Polo last time we saw him on this one, right?
Yeah, indeed. So we might see, okay, Fade being locked in on the side of Kongling here, and White taking the Yixing for his mid lane here. So Todak, they definitely did not take the bait on wanting to go for the Orgrin here. They picked the Assassin jungle, they picked the Fade. But yet again, Fade, he's very versatile assassin here. He can become the total assassin, the carry. He can also pivot to this full tank build with the Blood Rage, with the Hunter's Grip. So definitely we want to see which style O2 Esports Kongling is actually pivoting to in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that one, like, they could go either way, right? But at the same time, they have Liam Poe for the front line, they have the Byron for the front line as well, so they could definitely go full-out assassin here, especially if they want to kind of match in terms of damage, because damage necessarily going to be coming from the Yixing and the Arlie, but the Princess Frost coming here through for Todak means that they're going to try and place that Winters here kind of around that big engage from the Liam Poe, right?
Ooh, we might be seeing a combo coming in from the Zhang Fei and the Princess Frost. The Unbridled Outburst knocking them to the wall, and Princess was chaining it with a freeze. So definitely it's a hard combo to pull off, but hey, it's the MKL. They are the pro team, so they definitely know what they are doing with these kind of drafts.
They do. I mean, they picked them for a reason, right? They've definitely drafted into this one. In terms of picks that are generally played into a winning slot, I would say O2 Esports here for me has the overall victory, because obviously not only do they have the World Is My Board, which is obviously great oppression, they also have the Tremor Smash here from the Liam Poe as well, right? Like, that's a lot of CEC, and then Kongling can come in and just get the execute off from the Fade.
Oh, when you talk about like that, this game is definitely, the initiative does fall onto O2 Esports having more engage, having more priority when it comes to being on the initiative side, as Smite here expanded for the side of Yuha, securing the middle lane River Sprite for his team.
Yeah, just using those early game spites just to make sure that obviously X1 being on the Arlie needs that extra little bit of love in the early game to get that early game power spike, which is the Doomsday.
Oh, and definitely O2 Esports is doing a very good job here. As we've seen so far, O2, they freeze the wave into the bot side, making sure that X1 collects the mid wave, rotates back to the farm lane, and gets a full wave with the Yixing.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, I mean, they're looking at packing the big old passive and the stacks from Yishing as well. Obviously, that's where a lot of the damage is coming from. But speaking of damage, CCS takes a lot from there, but it does mean that Arn is able to come through, kind of push away O2 Esports in that bot side of the map. CCS has got to be careful, but I feel like they don't have the minion wave. They're not really going to kind of pronounce and go for the kill here on the CCS.
Well, Frenzy here expanded from the side of X1 here, and they managed to take the neutral objective here, so it's a decent win on the side of Todak's Armdog here. And a small rotation here coming from Todak towards to the mid side, further securing this mid lane River Sprite.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. We do see that Kong Ling come through as well. Yu Hao is going down as the first blood. Kong Ling with the clean execution on the fade, but Hua Hua up into the Clash lane, gets the kill onto K1.
Wow, Hua Hua here subbing into the Clash lane and immediately taking down K1 in a 1v1. And onto the mid lane here, 3v3 here falls more favor on the side of O2 Esports here. More early game damage, more early game execute here from O2 Kong Ling here. So both teams mark a 1-1 so far in the scoreboard in the early game.
Yeah, definitely a lot more kind of tip that, like I said, that are wanted going into this game, this series number 2 of the day, but they got to make sure that they're getting the right kind of responses and resources from these fights, right? From getting these first bloods, you want to make sure that you're kind of making it a little bit more into your team. But this is the kill that we lost up into the Clash lane. So K1 already overextended here. He did have the minion wave, but kind of underestimated the damage here. The flash came through, but it wasn't enough to kind of separate himself from Hua Hua.
So much damage here coming in from Hua Hua's Charlotte with the splash gradation. Immediately utilizing the fact that, hey, the reason why this Charlotte pick is so heavily picked in so many of these leagues is because of the 1v1 potential. It's because of the mobility that is contributed from this pick. So right now we see 3 minutes in, both teams, they are tied in terms of the gold lead here. Yu Hao taking a bit of a poke from X1's Maple Dance.
Yeah, they're just going to kind of just trade blows at this point in the game. No one has the kind of actual push into the lanes right now. We are seeing a bit of a takedown of the minion wave into the bot side of the map, meaning that they are just trying to push, put a bit of pressure into this T1. Obviously, neutral objectives are up in around about 26 seconds.
Oh, very smart item build here comes aside from Marco Polo here, buying the 2 cloth armor here, allowing him to build the defensive item later on as he has to tackle this very tough lane. Oh, to carry looking for flash engage.
Oh, expanding 2 ultimates here does mean that Arn is able to get out alive. I mean, Care potentially with a bit of a mistake here zoned out the side of Todak, but for now it's I don't know. Let's see what happens with that one. I mean, they are at the neutral objective right now. They don't have the world on my board to kind of push them away. This could be a bit of a mistake here for O2 Esports, expanding those ultimates a little bit too early.
And ultimates expanded, Todak realizes the fight, but Tremor Shot goes in.
Yeah, trying to smash out to the back line there. Ada is looking pretty low. We see the Unbridled Embers come through. They're able to get the Tyrant, but at what cost? Beaver Barrage be committed there. Doesn't actually pick up anybody. So overall, a little bit of a messy team fight, but it was definitely into the favor of O2 Esports for now.
O2 Esports here, White making sure that he zones off all the members side of Todak, and K1 flashing, using the Storm Strike to follow up on his Roman's engage, zoning all members of Todak, securing them the Tyrant. And right now, Kong Ling wants to get more, wants to get the jungle camp of Todak here. I would say it's a net positive for O2 Esports here. They get the Tyrant, they get the jungle objective, they get the tower.
Yeah, played a little bit of a long game there, right? Like, they didn't get any kills, but they got the neutral objective. They got the T1 down to the bot side of the map, and they're kind of trying to put the pressure into the opposite side as well, into these side lanes, which they know they need to, right? Especially with the Charlotte here. They need to make sure that Byron has the advantage, has that T1 takedown a little bit early on, because it means he's able to kind of just, like, use the teleport out of there. He's able to be a little bit more sort of absent from the lane as well.
Yeah, exactly. And while I talk a bit more about Todak's draft, right? You have the Charlotte, you have the Marco Polo. These 2 picks, they're extremely strong as you scale into later stages, especially in the mid game. But hold on a moment, K1's getting caught out.
Yeah, 3v1. I mean, we're seeing Kong Ling into the backside there. He kind of had to just watch as K1 got took down by 3 of the members of Todak. But at that same time, we are seeing a bit of a push into the mid lane here from O2 Esports. Not going to get much of it. Obviously, the minion wave was able to be initiated and run down here. But Hua Hua has to be careful. He's taking damage from a far distance, and the execute isn't quite going to hit where it needs to.
Ooh, Hua Hua with this Charlotte pick here, landing the 200 KDA so far, holding all the 2 kills off his team. Definitely a very good performance here coming in from the jungle player of Todak. Moving his role towards the Clash lane definitely proves that, hey, I'm a pro player. I can do this. And he's definitely proving a point right now.
Absolutely, he's definitely playing it on right now. But at the same time, CZS, a little bit of an overzealous Fever Barrage there. Didn't connect onto anybody, just kind of forced the side of O2 Esports out of the T1 territory. But there it is, the Unbridled Lane first, and catch is Kongling into the backline, still manages to get the kill onto Stay, but gets punished later parts into this team fight as well. So it is a 1-1 trade overall between O2 Esports and Todak. Todak currently ahead with 1 kill.
Hyper aggression here coming from O2. Yes, you got the kill on Stay, but that's your jungle. One of your main carries being brought down. If your main carries get brought down, they don't just lose a kill over. They lose their farm tempo, they lose the buff tempo, right? So definitely not a good pickoff so far. Props to Yuha for landing such a beautiful Unbridled Outburst to save the mid laner.
Yeah, exactly. Like, definitely was the needed part. I mean, it didn't save the mid lane. It was just delaying the inevitable. But still, it would have been great if they were able to kind of collapse onto the Unbridled first a little bit more on the side of Todak. But there we go. Speaking of collapsing, though, we do see Wawa getting the kill onto Care into the mid lane, which is going to put a lot of pressure for the side of O2 Esports if we can get a Todak minion wave through just right now.
Boy, White here might be caught up by the splash gradation here. All right, both of them back off. Look at Hua 300. Let's get 100 gold over onto K1's Byron here. He's definitely going to be a very tough target to deal with during the mid game to the later stage of the game. As we know, Charlotte is a very mobile hero in the team fight, and she's a very strong hero in the side lanes as well. And pairing up with a Pei and a Marco Polo, Toda in terms of the side lane has full control.
Yeah, able to take the T1 up into the clash lane is going to be Todak here, putting their stamp on this game number 1, right? Like, they definitely looked like they were having a bit of a struggle in the early game in terms of trying to get the turrets, but they're definitely paying back O2 Esports now. And as you can see here, Anda trying to keep hold of that Azure Golem. We see Kongling trying to contest it, but is not very successful with the contestation. And has to retreat and try and just force a little bit of pressure here into the bot side of the map for O2 Esports.
I gotta give props to, hold on, here's X1 caught out.
Oh yes, it does get hit. K1 actually gets hit with the Unbridled Labors, and X1 is going to be the one that gets caught out, but it's going to be traded for CCS into the backline. Another team fight under for Kong. We are trading farm for farm, jungle for jungle, blow for blow right now into the backline. Stay looking pretty low, but it is going to be the sustain from K1. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive in this 3v1? Not quite. Care without a care in the world in the mid lane, just trying to get a little bit of a minor victory there.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Hua, this Charlotte is ramping up so much before the 10th minute mark. He's already a menace in these team fights. Once he sticks onto you, once he latches onto you, you can't escape and stay. Landing a perfect freeze despite K1 landing directly onto him. This further proves, Toda, my point, their early to mid game is phenomenal.
Very, very good. It's very good. I mean, it's definitely scrappy. We've seen a lot of scraps come through here, just like again. And we always seen that the ultimates are just being burnt out very quickly, but they're still getting the kill onto X1, which is realistically, for the side of Todak, they want to be putting a lot of pressure onto X1 on this early, right?
Getting the kill onto X1, countering the Crimson Golem. That is a big loss coming in from O2. They are dropping so many neutral objectives here.
Yeah, if they drop this T1 into the mid lane as well, it's going to be definitely troublesome for them, so they have to be careful. Todak currently at around about, 2k gold lead for now, as we're going into that 10-minute mark. Potentially going to be seeing some takedowns of the Shadow variants of the neutral objectives this time around, which we didn't see in Series 1.
Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord has both been spawned onto the map, and we've seen so far Todak here prioritizing all the position over to the Tyrant right now. Tyrant being started right now, and the fight is breaking off.
Yeah, Wawa just trying to put a pressure onto Kongling, making sure he's damaged into this fight. We do catch one, we catch Care with the Unbridled Outburst, but it is going to be met with the World in my board. Kodak gets the neutral objective as well. A lot of damage, a double kill. Going up to the side of CCS, takes down Care, XY, and White as we know it. And this is going to be a great setup here for Todak.
Beautiful Fever Barrage coming in from CCS, landing the Fever Barrage and the stun onto the full backline of O2 Esports there. Annihilating them with any chance of the team fight here, and this tier 3 might just go down on the side of O2 Esports, but K1 here standing strong, and it still goes.
He's still standing for now, but yes, the high ground turret does get taken down as well as the T2 into the mid lane, so overall a domination here for Todak.
Domination, 11 minutes, almost a 7,000 gold lead here. And that's a viewer reward right now for viewers to claim. Do check out that code real quick as you can claim that right in the game. So right now, O2 Esports here, making unhabitable mistakes here, further delaying their inevitable of this game 1 loss.
Yeah, I mean, they can still come back, right? They've got high ground turrets into the mid. They've got it up into the clash lane. They still have the means to kind of get out of their own base. But it depends if Todak really wants to allow them to, right? Because we've seen a very aggressive team fight sort of play style here from Todak.
Just look at the Charlotte here. Hua rocking that KD of 305. 11 minutes in, he's 4 items already. Usually we don't see so much gold being funneled over to the clash lane, but this game, Hua showing us a masterclass performance on his Charlotte.
Yeah, playing very, very well with the clash lane of Todak, able to get that early game pressure as well. Even though after losing the T1 early for himself, it still meant that he was able to come back there because they didn't quite put too much pressure onto the Charlotte. So right now, we've got to make sure that CCS doesn't get caught out here.
Well, CCS here, he's playing very safely, utilizing the roaming gun to actually just pivot around these team fights here. And this Overlord does fall over to the hands of Todak. They're gonna ride through this Shadow Overlord and want to break open the base of O2 Esports with this push.
Yeah, they do drop the Shadow Vanguard down to the bot side of the map, which clears out any kind of push that they had for the side of O2 Esports. As we saw, they try to replicate the kind of takedown of the T2 in both the side lanes of both of these teams. But definitely with the best foot going forward here is Todak with 12 kills ahead of the side of O2 Esports, just sitting at 4. But Fade looking to try and contest the Shadow Vanguard away from these team fights because he's not having the best kind of performance into the team fights.
Definitely, and right now we see the 4v5 defense and the Overlords are crashing towards the top side. Can they really defend it? The top side does seem to be on fire and it will go down. Kongling here looking for a flank from the back.
A tower.
Yeah, Kongling is just trying to use the parkour that is within Fade's utility to try and just get a quick rotation onto the backline. But honestly, when the backline is kind of protected by the Zhongfei, by the Princess Frost, it's going to be really hard for Kongling to try and find a way in, right?
Exactly. Right now, we've seen so far, yes, you can land onto these carries, but who are the carries? Anda has the Pure Sky, Hua has the Pure Sky, and CCS, he has the Purify, and he's almost full slotted, even with a small chain vest, and he's definitely looking to be tanky and not to be disrupted at all. So realistically, this Fade, who are you going to be jumping on?
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell, right? Kongling does take a lot of damage there with already from the Marco Polo and the Charlotte right now, but into the backline is going to be the White on the Liempo using the burst ram just to kind of push away Anda looking pretty low. It is Kongling with the execute from Fade as well. K1 gets taken down. Overall, a 1-1 trade between these two teams once again, but if O2 Esports want to win this game, they need to get more than just equal trades.
Oh, big poke coming in here from X1. He has that Daybreaker. He's packing a punch towards all these semi-tanks right now. As we say, late game, you can always count on this early. This is why she's one of the best picks so far in the MKL. And right now, K1 is X1. He's proving to us, hey, you give me this early, let me stall till late game. We still have hope. We still have one more high ground that we can defend.
Yeah, as long as they got that high ground available, even if they don't have that, right? We've seen BSE teams like that come back without any high ground turrets, so it's still within the realm of possibility here, but Care uses the Splendor, gets caught out, actually expands the Unbridled Outburst very early on, but could be very troublesome here for the side of O2 Esports because that's a lot of damage you've lost right now, as obviously team fights are going to be absent without Care in the next 30 seconds.
That was very uncareful of Care right there, and that's a major wave clear point coming in from O2 Esports that has been removed from the map. Right now, Todak here marching towards the base, the final tier 3 of O2 Esports. If you don't have your mage, it's very hard to defend this.
Very hard to defend this, but they do have the minion waves coming through to the bot side of the map, which is going to put a pressure onto the side of O2 Esports. K1 White just trying to defend it. We do see the Trevor Smash come through. It connects onto 3. Is this going to be enough for the side of O2 Esports to come back? CCS with an impressive Beaver Barrage into the back line is not going to actually claim anybody onto the side of O2 Esports. Todak played this one quite badly here. Can they turn it around here right now? K1 into the thick of it as we see Hua trying to chunk the damage. K1 goes down as well as Hua. First blood for the clash lane of Todak for now. We see, yes, onto the backline Fade trying to get the damage onto CCS, but it's not going to be enough here. Hua looking to just chunk it for CCS, but it's not going to be enough. The Splendid Revolver and Bright Light Burst doesn't quite connect. It is all being a very expanded team fight here, but finishing off with a double kill is going to be Todak. CCS with the minion wave into the bot lane. They could finish it here.
Masterclass coming in from CCS on the Marco Polo here. He landed a quadra kill and he definitely swapped his item immediately towards the Sage Sanctuary, securing the first win of Todak over to O2 Esports, landing that 1-0.
Yep, Todak with that game 1 win over O2 Esports is definitely going to be kind of trying to emulate that same scoreboard that they had in that second week, right?
But hey, what a performance coming in from Todak here. Yes, their players are off-roll, but when it comes to all these teamfight executions, these mid-game decisions, right, they prove to me for a fact that, hey, this roster is proven to work, and I make it work. Just look at CCS and Huahua. They performed so well in this game.
Very well, right? But I mean, I'm a little bit like worried for the side of Todak, right? Because I mean, if we look at their second week performance, who was their clash lane when they got that first win on the board? It was Huahua. So, already expanded the Charlotte. Huahua already using clearly his power pick here. Could already spell a little bit of trouble here for Todak. So they are able to get the game 1 from O2 Esports, but can they claim any more?
That is definitely an answer to find out right next for these few games. But let's talk a bit more on that game just now. Ooh, very uncharacteristic here from the side of O2 Esports here, making lots of mistakes in the mid game, providing so much room for Todak to really scale into this late game monster that we've seen so far.
Yeah, you can see here, obviously only dropping the 1 death towards the end is obviously Huahua on the Charlotte, 5-1 and 6. Very impressive KDA score here. Really kind of like has to be the MVP in this game, right? Like obviously the only other person I could think so, more than likely going to be CCS, obviously thanks to the copious amount of kills he got and obviously just overturning the team fight into the favor of Todak.
He played that so well. He kited the full squad of O2 Esports, securing himself the quadra kill with his roaming gun, with his favorite barrage. That last play from him definitely deserves an MVP as well. But definitely, as you say, Huahua, the whole game, he's played so well. Solo kills after solo kills, so many setups for his team. I can't pick, man, Blam. I can't. I just can't.
But I mean, look at the itemization. I mean, there's a lot of slow coming from Huahua, right? I mean, he's not only got the Frost Scars, he went for the Ominous Premonition towards the end there. So as soon as Huahua was into those team fights, there was no way out for the side of O2 Esports, and it really showed there. Obviously, he got 5 kills. He gets 99k damage dealt, as well as CCS here, just under with that 96.9k damage dealt.
Both of these side lanes coming in from Todak here, really proving to us why they really deserve these MVP titles, these masterclass performances. Where was this Todak so far from all these weeks? So far we've seen Todak, yeah, you perform such a masterclass, but it doesn't really matter since it no longer really elevates them to the play-in stage. But yet again, props to them for playing such a nice game 1.
Yeah, nice game 1, but like I said, I do probably put it over to Huahua getting the Charlotte here, so that seems to be kind of like their MO, because if you look at the rest of the draft for that second week game between O2 Esports, completely different to what they've drafted here. But let's look at the gold graph. Obviously, it was definitely a little bit more of a tip-attack game, but only till that point where Todak really popped off.
Well, if you look at the gold graph, as you mentioned, slow towards the 9-10 minute mark, and then one big fight coming in from Todak here, cementing their lead towards the 16-minute mark, and it just avalanche all the way from there.
Yeah, exactly. It was just kind of like a slow decline for the side of O2 Esports as Todak was just gaining and finish off around about that minus that 8.4k gold lead, right? Like there were certain points within this game where it looked very shaky for O2. They were having kind of the equal footings within the trades, but like I was saying towards the latter part of that game, like O2 Esports aren't going to come back in this one if they're only getting equal trades, and that's exactly what they weren't able to kind of improve into the latter part of that game.
Exactly, I do agree so as well. If you look at O2 Esports draft, they drafted the Arlie, they drafted the Byron. Both very strong laners against the Marco Polo. But yet again, let's check out the MVP of this match, which will be none other than CCS Quadra kill on the Marco Polo.
Yeah, I mean, the in-game highlights are definitely going to show you exactly why CCS got the MVP here. 8-1 kills, obviously 5 assists there as well. 28% of the damage dealt, and then also 30% Taken. So obviously, in terms of the difference between Taken and Dealt, is definitely a good realm of correction of error, right?
Exactly, and however much gold you give him, he converts it back to damage here. Definitely a fulfilling marksman player, a farmlane player we've seen so far, rocking that KDA, rocking that damage percent with the gold he has, deserving of MVP title.
Yeah, for now, we'll probably get into the highlights very, very soon. Hopefully to see that triple kill to CCS, which was kind of like the game-winning play, right?
Oh, the mid lane Fever Barrage, definitely one of the big plays so far. And let's check out this 1v1 between Hua and K1 onto the top side, where K1 here overestimated his damage in the early game, and Hua capitalizing with the splash gradation, getting that first blood here. And this 1v1 that we've seen so far, this was where it really pushed towards Todak's lead towards the mid game.
Yeah, when they started trading like farm for farm and jungle for jungle, that's where we kind of see that O2 Esports wasn't quite getting the favor that they needed into these team fights. And then the fact that Care was into the mid lane didn't bother coming through to try and help K1, because to be honest, I feel like it's probably a good play at that point because they were holding on to that mid lane. But here it is, that double kill Fever Barrage at the 10-minute mark was definitely where we started to see CCS get activated on this Marco Polo.
And this final fight was the nail in the coffin from the side of O2 Esports here. Just look at CCS here, kiting around the edges, respecting the any spell range here. And Yuhao here immediately protect his AD carry. And CCS here, using a Fever Barrage and the Frigid Charge, getting two on the side of O2 Esports here. Further changing his item back to a Sage Sanctuary. So, woo! Quadra kill.
Yeah, quad kill to finish off game one between O2 Esports and Todak. Todak currently ahead with that 1 point on the board, but this is exactly where they were like 4 weeks ago, right? This is the same matchup between O2 Esports and Todak. Todak was ahead by 1 point, then O2 Esports took the next 2 games. But is Todak going to be able to do enough in this game 2 to just round it out and actually take a 2-0? Like we said in the introduction, right? They want a bit of an improvement. It doesn't mean much to them, but at least an improvement here. 2-0 means they would actually get some like money in their pocket, right?
2-0 is $300, and $300 is solid money for the side of Todak here. O2 Esports here, although it does not really affect them for their players qualification, they do definitely have to fix their issue in the early to mid game, make lesser mistakes, make better macro or micro mechanics work better to actually secure themselves a better slot into the play-ins.
Exactly. O2 Esports obviously will be into the play-ins, whereas Todak will not, regardless of what happens this week. So O2 Esports taking the red side here again for themselves. So they're going to be going for the reactive red side. Todak, obviously, we've already seen them. They banned out the likes of the Dharma in the first 2 bans as well. And then obviously O2 Esports, Todak, sorry, no, Lung and O2 Esports was Dharma. So they clearly want to make sure they're aiming onto Hua Clash Lane hero pool.
And let's check out the pick and ban for game 2 between Todak and O2 Esports here, with Todak being on the blue side and O2 Esports being on the red side. And yet again, just as you mentioned, Long here being the first ban from Todak here, and O2 Esports expanding their early in game 1 is forced to ban out the early.
Yeah, so Lung, Ali off the board. Marco Polo isn't going to be on there. Obviously, we've got Lady Soon still available. We have the likes of Chano, which we know they have played before as well. So potentially that's what we could be looking at for CCS into the farm lane, but definitely needs a more predominant performance like he had in that game 1. But Luna being banned out here for Todak, again, one of the most highly banned heroes within MKL this far. And then O2 Esports just kind of putting down the Liam Po here, because I mean they did kind of exhaust the Zhang Fei pick, and the only other like tank to replicate that into the bot side of the map is going to be the Liam Po.
And we might just see a repeat draft coming from O2 Esports here, mimicking the game 1 first 2 picks, being the Pei, being the Zhang Fei here that Todak expanded here. But Maestro Nui here being open in the draft. Will Todak lock that in, or the Diadia?
Potentially, right? I mean, it'd be very silly not to, but oh, there we go. They go for the Hue 1, which is, again, another great pick, but it's a good kind of first pick off here, but it does give over the likes of the Maestro Nui to O2 Esports.
Oh, Maestro Nui and Dharma here. If they third pick a Zhang Fei or a Pei here, that is hyper aggressive tempo into the early and mid game with so much engaged potential from O2 Esports here. If you're Todak here, you might be looking into a Yuhuan with Dahlia with the double ending sorrow to really soak out these engaged potential coming from O2 Esports.
Yeah, they do lock it in with the Yixing though, so it does mean that it does bring the Huan either into the jungle or into the support role here. Byron having a lot of sustainability for himself as well means that it would pair very nicely into the team fights here with the Huan. So going to be a great way to try and catch out the Mai Shiranui. But like you said, Dharma is going to be a great catch potential, and they do lock it in with the Zhang Fei. It is going to be a very aggressive potential team fight here for O2 Esports.
O2 Esports here, this draft spells one thing: a knockout party, a wombo combo setting up for the team's success. But as you mentioned, Todak here, this Yuhuan can still go to the roam, can still go to the jungle. It still remains as a flex pick. And O2 Esports here, realizing the fact they ban out the Agudo to forbid any double healing coming in for the side of Todak's draft.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like having the Agudo taken off there, that would mean that if Todak locked that in, that would be a lot of sustain for the side of Todak's team comp here. But the pay being taken off means that they're not going to get that kind of really aggressive playstyle into the jungle. Potentially taking out the Jing here as well for the side of Todak, potentially here.
That will be pay for now. And for the side of O2 Esports, they take down the Diadia as well. Same thing, they want to remove this double healing as O2 Esports. If you're a Mai Shiranui, you can hardly buy the Venomous stuff as it does not really pair well with your item build. For side of Todak here, yes, you want to target the main engine, the main core of O2 Esports, which is Kong Ling, with his carry picks like the Pei, like the Luna. So definitely a very good approach here coming in from Todak here, further banning out Kong Ling's Musashi here.
Yeah, Musashi being banned out here, maybe potentially looking at Todak could lock in the Ogryn if they really wanted to, because they don't quite still have their jungler come through. I mean, if they do go for the Ogryn into the jungle, it means that Huan goes into support role. And to be honest, Ogryn and Huan is probably going to be enough to try and chunk out a lot of that burst damage, a lot of the damage coming through for O2 Esports right now.
Well, I do agree so as well. O2 Esports here, if you have this such of an engaged team composition, realistically, who are you trying to engage here? But Todak here, they don't have a lot of marksman options here. They expected the Marco Polo, Arlie is not available for grabs. If it's Lady Sun, it's the single president, is very prone to these high tempo engage here coming from O2 Esports. So what is your pick here?
I mean, the Lady Soon does make sense as well. Like, obviously, Yixing will be obviously rotating heavily, but there it is, the Ogryn and the Lady Soon, as we were talking about. It is going to be the Huan into the bot side of the map, onto the support role, and then we're going to be locking in here O2 Esports with Monkey.
Oh, Bounce House, Monkey with the Dream Roam, Zhang Fei Unbridled Outpost, Mai Shiranui with the knock-up combos, and Dharma with the Truth Mantras here. So much knock-up here. Can Todak's draft realistically protect the Lady Sun, the president, from all the knockouts? That's going to be a challenge for Todak in this game.
Much of a challenge, but hey, Todak have the sustainability, right? They can definitely stay into these team fights for the long run. I mean, they not only have Byron self-sustaining for himself, they have Huan that's going to be giving over a mass AoE healing, but then also Ogryn giving over his own healing as well. But the damage really here is going to be coming from Yixing and the Lady Soon, right? Like, that's going to be the main point of O2 Esports, is trying to take out that backline.
Oh, both these teams here coming in with their own game plan here. O2 Esports, name of the game, they start off the mid wave with a 3-man start, and O2 White here securing the clear for his clash lane here. So both teams starting off the game with a different approach here.
Different approach, but it's what's going to be enough to try and stop the growth of Todak in this game too, right? We're already seeing a little bit of aggression up at the top side of the map here. To be honest, Dharma kind of needs it going up against the Byron level 1, right?
Exactly. So it's very smart play coming in for O2 Esports here, securing the level 1, which Dharma is very weak against the Byron pick here, allowing K1 to comfortably go into this mid game where he can find all these big engages on the Truth Mantra, right? For the side of Todak here, they choose to fast clear the jungle with Anda and Yuhao, and for Hawa here, dangerously low.
Yeah, he's looking very, very low with his 2v1, but Stay is here as well as Care. Care missing out on the contusions, but it's going to be enough. The knockup coming through from Care is going to be first blood going over to the side of O2 Esports.
Double flash expended for that first blood, but I call it worth for O2 Esports here. You open up the lead for the main engages for the side of O2 Esports here. That's not what you want for the Lady Sun or for the Yixing, which have minimal mobility to really dodge these engages. And the mid lane here, a 2v2 coming in, but just to clear out the waves.
just to clear out the way, just give a bit of farm go over to either Kongling or Care right now. Care is up by about 600 gold within the lane alone, but Yuhao looking pretty low. He's going to be able to be defended there by Anda very nicely. Like, that should have been a takedown there for the O2 Esports, but they played that one a little bit badly.
A little bit badly indeed. Kongling there misses the point-blank Dream Roam onto the side of Yuhao here, missing out the kill and almost burning his life there. So a little bit of a teeny-beeny mistake here coming from O2 Esports here, but nothing too crazy so far as they're leading a game with 500 gold lead here, and Hua here might be caught out.
No, he's just going to get pushed back there. He does have the minion wave push, whereas the side of O2 Esports don't quite have any minions coming through just yet. So already putting on pressure into the side lanes is going to be O2 Esports. Just trying to create room for X1 down into the bot side of the map.
They definitely have to utilize this X1 in the early game to take down these towers and form tempo around this DRNG. As this CCS on the Lady Soon will definitely be a much stronger late game carry as time goes on, maybe around the 12-minute mark, right? So O2 Esports here, drafting a very mid-game centric comp. It really depends on O2 Care, O2 K1 to find these crucial engages.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen like very big like rotations from Care. He's just trying to give obviously pressure into the side lanes, which historically when players pick the Mai Shiranui, that's exactly what they're trying to achieve.
Exactly, and he's proven to us so far from that first blood, he's leading 800 gold against his lane opponent, which is Todak State. But hey, utility mages don't really work with so much gold. They provide the gold over to who? To Anda on this all ground, who is currently 400 gold or 300 gold above Kongling.
Yeah, already building obviously the second tier item for the Dragon Rage as well. We're going to be seeing some obviously enhanced basic attack damage come through for the Ogryn thanks to that itemization. But going for the cooldown reduction boots for his abilities is probably the best bet here. Obviously, we want to be seeing those path of passings coming through quicker for the side of Todak, so he's able to create those rotations that are really going to put the pressure onto O2 Esports.
Both teams here playing very safe and very slow for the Tyrant here. O2 here expending the smite before 10 seconds onto the Tyrant here. And for the side of Todak here, Anda clears out the top, gets the priority, forces Dharma to match it. So in terms of rotation here, Todak has 5-man strong towards the side of bot.
Yeah, I mean, O2 have the priority down to the bot side in terms of the minion wave, but overall as well, okay, into the backline is going to be Care. Red push stay into the distance. The death is going to be taken down here for the side of O2 Esports. Can they get a bit of a payback here for the side of Todak? Anda looking pretty low. He does get hit by the ultimate of Iran Jet there, taking a lot of damage. Means that this is going to be potential takedown of the Tyrant here for the side of O2 Esports. CCS tried to get the rolling raid finishing shot, but wasn't clean enough.
Wow, crucial engager coming from O2 Care's Mai Shiranui. Immediately getting the flash engage onto the core members on the side of CCS here, getting caught out.
Oh, yep, that's not what you want. CCS getting taken down here means that X1 has a lot of space to breathe and potentially get a lot of damage onto that T1 into the bot lane, right? Like, they've got to keep a careful eye onto the bottom side of the map for the side of Todak.
O2 Care is locked in on this Mai Shiranui. He is literally making plays after plays after plays. Every kill he's involved, every engage he's involved, he's the man of O2 Esports to really bring it back to a game 2. So far in game 2, they are rocking with a 2,000 healthy gold lead at 5 minutes.
I mean, he has to, right? Care has to take care with the Mai Shiranui into the backline because that's the only way they're going to serve up the likes of the Yixing and the CCS, right? They need to make sure that they're pushing them to the forefront into the front line of O2 Esports. Means a lot of damage, but K1 maybe getting caught out here. CCS gets the kill onto K1, which is going to be a little bit of itemization and resources going over to Todak for now. But they do pay back kindly for O2 Esports taking the T1.
E1 for T1, but that's a kill on the side of Todak here. So K1 here, once again, overextending just a bit and losing the top side tower here. On the side of O2 Esports here, they are looking towards to engage or invade on this Crimson buff. Will they go in for with this 44 or what is their verdict here?
Yeah, I mean, Monkey's a little bit too far behind, but O2 White's there. His smite is on and cooldown, unfortunately, so I don't think they're going to go for the Crimson just yet, but honestly, I feel like CCS had a good play there, especially into the top side of the map. He knew that the resources aren't going to come through to the bottom side now that T1 has been taken down, so he knows he has to get it from elsewhere.
Exactly, and so far the tempo does look very healthy for the side of Todak here. Yes, we talk about, yeah, they're losing by 1.5k gold lead, but the Lady Soon is slowly ramping up. Once she hits that 3 item, that Daybreaker, she's going to be packing a punch over to the side of O2 Esports draft.
Yeah, already built the Eternity Blade and as well as the Boots of Dexterity, so attack speed and crit damage coming through already for CCS this far, but Ada needs to be pretty careful. The Conductor Souls is being used, but it's not going to be enough sustain without Hugh Hao there to keep them alive. But I think that's a very slow rotation there from Todak.
Well, slow rotation indeed, but one thing for sure, X1 landing the Imperial Order, reducing the magic resist and physical defense coming aside of Anda, further allowing the 2 core carries to burn the health bars down. So rather than the slow rotation, Anda overestimated his tankiness, further resulting in the catch here. Dream Roam catches on to stay.
Yep, not quite going to be a follow-up here for the K1, but it is going to be K1 with a flash to catch his out. CCS as well as the Unbridled Outburst from White there. Very impressive, but it was going to be the Whirling Mud board that keeps them in check for the side of Todak. But there it is, carrying to the back line. The Unending Sorrow is going to be enough to keep him alive. And with the kill onto Care, that's a lot of damage from O2 Esports being taken off the board here for their team. But Todak still fighting. K1 gets Wawa, but K1 gets taken down. Double kill. Going over to Anda, can they claim any more? The Dream Roam used defensively.
K1's hyper aggression here, securing them a kill onto the core carry, which you mentioned just now. Yeah, CCS, go to core carry. But that Formlessness Mantra into the flash, out of nowhere, he catches CCS off guard, securing the kill onto the core carry, making a 2-for-1, a value exchange for O2 Esports here.
Yeah, still ahead with kills, still ahead with the gold. It's definitely the position they need to stay in here for O2 Esports, right?
Exactly. So right now, O2 Esports here rocking the 2K gold lead, and X1, he's not going for the traditional on-hit build. He's going for that Daybreaker third item. He's not going to make Hua Anda to be super tanky. He's going to take them down with these high physical penetration here.
Yeah, a little bit of fight on 2 fronts here. Obviously, a bit of pressure for Todak into the top side of the map there as they get the minion wave push. But for now, it's kind of just like O2 Esports shouldn't really take these fights. They need to make sure they are having their priorities in all 3 lanes and then click the execute button.
Well, seems like mid-priority here being given up entirely to the side of Todak here. It's not the wisest here, but Blood Wave crashing into the tower of Todak right here. So if you're O2 Esports here, you want to ride on this DRNG with his passive to really melt down, slowly chip down this mid tower here, but catch onto Yuan here.
Yeah, and then this will have to be used. I mean, he's going to be safe. Hugh Hao is going to be very safe on the Hugh 1. It doesn't matter. He's just going to be there to bait those kind of abilities from the side of O2 Esports and just deny the engage.
Deny the engage with the Unending Sorrow. Very safe pick here from their roamer here. It allows Yu Hao to really face check these bushes without expending a lot. Just the Unending Sorrow here. But hey, mid tower goes down to the side O2 Esports here along with the bottom tier 2. So O2 Esports here unlocking the potential of this DRNG.
Yeah, crucial objectives being picked up here for O2 Esports. T1 into the mid lane, T2 down into the bottom lane here. Hugh Hao looking pretty low, but uses the Unending Sorrow, but they're not going to stop there. They take the T2 into the mid lane as well. This is looking like, I feel like I'm watching BSE from the last series, right? Open up that mid lane, opens up the victory.
Open up the mid lane, get 2 towers, march towards the objective, collect all the neutral jungle resources, and now they're looking onto this top tower though. Tyrant is up for grabs. What are you looking for, O2 Esports? Talk to me.
O2 Esports should be going for the Tyrant here as well. Obviously, they're already kind of got the pressure into the lanes. They just need that increased damage, especially obviously trying to chunk out the damage, the health bar, sorry, from Anda, because that's their real kind of like their stop into the backlines of the team fights, right? Anda is looking very sort of tanky. He's got obviously the Dragon's Rage. He had, okay, oh, K1 with a catch up there. CCS loses his life. Obviously, a lot of damage for the side of Todak being taken out right now. Just a great catch off means that Tyrant's gonna be a lot easier to take down for the side of O2.
Once again, hyper-aggressiveness coming from K1. Off-screen engage from the bush. Formlessness Mantra flash into the Truth Mantra. Securing 3 onto the wall, forcing Todak to give up the control over to the Tyrant side. What a play coming from K1 here, Blam.
Yeah, huge opening up there. He saw the opportunity, he took it, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to dive too and commit too much, but we are getting O2 Esports with the rotations here as well. The Unbridled Outburst is enough to push away the Hugh 1, but for now, Anda being caught out into the back line means that he's going to get melted down by X1 and K1. We are seeing the taking liberties being coming through here for the Yixing. Is going to be enough damage to drive away O2 Esports and clear the minion wave. Yes, it is. But that mid lane may be getting taken out here for the side of O2 Esports.
This monkey is so tanky though. They get Hua. Wow. Right now, the tempo is entirely onto the hands of O2 Esports here, and this D Renjie has almost gotten his 4th item here. He has the Daybreaker, so Anda, without any physical defense stats, he cannot really tank this D Renjie, which is so stacked with items here.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't quite have the Eye of the Phoenix yet, I believe, in the itemization for Anda onto the Ogryn. So again, HP regen is not going to be kind of like where it should be in terms of his core items, but O2 Esports definitely playing a lot better into this mid to late game now in game 2.
I gotta give props to them. From that sloppy game of performance, they definitely picked up the slack and they proved to us game 2 with a much cleaner game pace and game plan. Right now, they're rocking a 6,000 goal lead and they are looking to secure this Shadow Overlord to really close out this game.
There we go. We are getting the Overlord as well. So Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant both going over to the side of O2 Esports. They are playing more dominant and maybe looking potentially to try and get some of these extra high ground turrets for their team, right? I mean, they've got it still into the mid lane. They've got it down to the bot side. They could potentially finish it here if they get a good team fight.
I just want to give respect towards O2 Esports here. They manage the wave so beautifully. They make sure that they're not pushing the wave until X1 finishes the Crimson buff. And now both waves are crashing towards the towers along with the Overlord here. So calm, methodical gameplay here coming in from O2 Esports here. Right now they are looking to knock onto the final tier 3s of Toda.
Yeah, looking to get that final push. The final frontier for the side of Todak is at this moment of time. Right on, they're just there trying to just chunk a bit of damage onto the monkey, but it's not going to be enough. You need that constant damage rolling through to get this sucker down. But right now, all 3 lanes being pushed.
All 3 lanes are being pushed, all 3 lanes are under fire, and with the mid tower going down, that's the final tier 3 going down from Todak here. Todak, can you look for this big engage to secure yourself a win, or how is it? Unbridled goes in!
Oh, a Bright Light Burst onto CCS. That's a lot of damage. Not able to claim the kill. However, Care has to get out, but it is going to be the game 2 takedown for O2 Esports.
O2 Esports here with a much convincing game 2, much needed to get back themselves onto the game. Securing themselves the game 2 as you mentioned here. Previously, game 1 was secured by Toda during week 2 and O2 Esports bounced back with both games. Is the storyline the same? We don't know yet, but definitely game 2 does look much better so far.
Yeah, a much cleaner performance for O2 Esports in that game 2, but like I was saying earlier, what we saw from their second week performance against Todak and O2 Esports is playing out exactly that same kind of way.
Oh, and let's check out the stats real quick and look at the item builds. K1, yeah, he's rocking that 422 KDA, but man, his engages were slick coming into the mid game, and he's rocking the highest goal of the team as a Clash lane.
Yeah, exactly. Like very much a lot of kind of resource heavy going on to K1. I mean, it definitely shined into the team fights, right? Like when we was caught off guard at the minimap, the flash in with the truth mantras as well, just actually catching off Todak. If we get caught off as casters, hey, Todak is definitely going to get caught off because they don't have that same kind of aerial footage and overall footage that we have.
Exactly, we have an eagle's eye view, we can see everything from the top. Imagine how hard is it for CCS, being engaged from out of nowhere, out of his screen, immediately onto the wall. That, my friend, is a horror to deal with.
Exactly, definitely a horror, and O2 Esports showed that, right? And to be honest, it seems like it's a bit of a respect ban for the side of O2 Esports. Obviously, it did come through in game 1, but let's have a look at the overall kind of like damage dealt between these two teams. K1 with 70k, and then Conkling with a surprising 83k.
Oh, look at them stats. O2 Esports here. Everybody is contributing, except the Roamer, towards the damage dealt. Everybody rocking around the 60 to 80k mark. Whereas the side of Todak here, yes, stay with the Liberty, with the Warriors, my board, is really doing a lot towards the team. But yet again, if your core carry, CCS, the Lady Sun, his 3 items, but is unable to play the team fight correctly, it's still no use. No one is able to take down Kongling or White on these big tanks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more room for error with Lady Soon than there is Marco Polo. As we saw, CCS had a lot of error with the Fever Barrage as well, right? Like, and that's a lot easier to hit than using your ultimate shell and your rolling raid. So 28.9k damage dealt just was paid a respect to O2 Esports being able to get the catch up onto CCS, but also the fact that Lady Soon needs a little bit more kind of tender love and care when you're going into these team fights.
Exactly right. We mentioned it during the pre-game draft. O2 Esports here drafting a hyper engaged type of composition. If they lock in the Lady Sun, it's not gonna be a good time for the Lady Sun. Yeah, she has the rolling rate as the mobility spell, but yet again, it's so hard to dodge all these immediate engages from the side of O2 Care, from the side of O2 at K1. All these engages at instant is so hard to dodge.
Very difficult to dodge, especially when they're all trying to dive onto you anyway, regardlessly. But looking at the gold graph here, obviously O2 Esports ahead at the end of it all with 7.8k gold lead. But overall, in that entire game, they just didn't let it slip from them, apart from that early part of the game, which is not going to be crucial at all.
Well, it just further proves the fact that Todak and O2 Esports, yes, they are really matched into the early to mid game, right? When it comes to these big engages, these crucial catches onto the mid lane, O2 Esports gets the catch onto CCS, converts it to mid tower, converts it to Tyrant, converts it to a bottom tower, repeats again, gets 2 mid towers, gets the bot tower, and that's how it is. You break through the mid tower, you secure all these neutral objectives, that's how you further pump the gold lead towards a landslide of 7.8k.
Yeah, I mean, that's the motion of victory, right? Is the fact that if you just take in like one objective here and there, I mean, that could definitely bleed into a victory for you. But if you're taking multiple objectives at the same time, that's definitely where the difference is being made, especially in this game 2 with O2 Esports. But game 2 MVP is gonna be none other than K1. He had to have this one, right? The most gold from his team, 4 kills, 2 deaths, a lot of damage dealt.
A lot of damage dealt, a lot of beautiful engages coming in from K1. He was definitely the person, the man, the Dharma to set up all these beautiful engage, thus resulting all these neutral objectives, all these primary objectives falling to the hands of O2 Esports victory.
Yes, and we're going to see in the highlights, obviously, some of these great catch-offs that we've seen here for K1, like just those great truth mantras, not always kind of like in the nearby vicinity, but he just definitely uses those flashes and the dashes within Dharma's kit that's going to get and create, well, close that distance, sorry, between both O2 Esports and Todak.
But let's check all his plays right into these highlights that we have prepared. This one that we're talking about, the early game roam coming in from Care, securing the kill on Hua Hua's overextended Byron here. So definitely a way to start off. And here, as we mentioned, Care being the engine of his team, finding engages after engages to set up his team early and smooth for the tempo here.
Yeah, I mean, even using the junk phase as well, right, just to kind of push the backline into the front line of O2 Esports was a very clean method to just, not just make sure Care was always diving in there, but it's just enough to kind of push them further into the side of O2 Esports, which claimed the kill. But this is the triple man. Truth mantra was crazy.
It was crazy indeed. He went in 1v3, securing 1 kill and forcing so many basic spells coming in from the side of Todak here. And this one was the nail in the coffin here, but honestly speaking, O2 here definitely banking on Kong Link's Monkey here. Super tanky, super hard to take down, and yet again, X1 here, he doesn't really care. He's like, oh, you guys want to fight? I just want to end this game and bring it to game 3.
Exactly. I mean, you don't want to mess around when you're at the crystal, right? You want to make sure you're claiming the victory of game 2, especially when you lost game 1. So that is O2 Esports equalizing the overall points in this best of 3. So this next game is going to be the last one between both of these teams, and this storyline's already played out once before, and it was O2 Esports being the victor with that 2-1 scoreboard.
And right now, will O2 Esports, as you mentioned, repeat history of week 2, or will Todak here look to stir things around for O2 Esports and their standings in top 6 here? Because right now, both teams, from their game 1 performances, from their game 2 performances, they do stand out extremely well in both of those games.
They do stand out very well. But I mean, if you look at obviously O2 Esports game 2 that they drafted for the victory, they did have the Dharma, and that was the only kind of thing that they had similar. So it's looking like the clash lanes for both of these two teams are the kind of the win condition, right? If we're looking at that and applying it to what we have so far for this best of 3, it seems that Hua Hua and K1 are their win conditions, it seems.
And talking about win condition, talking about clash lane, Dharma once again being removed as one of the first primary bans of O2 Esports here. And also Todak here, you expanded the pay, you expanded the Charlotte, the Marco Polo here for the but you still have the priority onto the Arlie, onto the Maestro Nui, onto the Diadia here. For the side of O2 Esports here, there's still the Pei and Luna up for grabs here. With Todak's ban, it's definitely going to be open for one of those picks.
Yeah, but respect ban onto the Dharma once more for O2 Esports. They don't want to give that over to Wawa because, again, that was a crucial part of that Game 2 victory for O2 Esports. And then, obviously, the Ali, like you said, respect ban also. But banning out the Luna, banning out the Lung here as well means that potentially we could see, obviously, O2 Esports potentially pick up something like the Pay potentially here.
But maybe Pay is not a priority here as they still have more room for all the other roamers here. So Pay, yes, it's been picked by Anda from the first game. So O2 Esports, they know for a fact that they don't have to pick here. So priority goes to White on this Sakir.
Oh, Sakia, again, this is a pick that doesn't always naturally come through that often, right? Like, I generally like this pick, especially when it's paired with, obviously, the D-Ranger, which we're not going to get because O2 Esports used it in the previous game. But potentially, they could try and take, like, something like the Marco Polo for themselves. Marco Polo with the Sakia could do very, very well. But speaking of doing well, Mai Shiranui and Mai Yin coming through for Todak.
The Mai Yin combo here. Double knock up, lots of burst, lots of engage. A mimic, a copy of what we've seen so far with the Mai Shiranui and Dharma combo here. O2 Esports here. As we said, if you pick a traditional marksman like the China, like the Lady Sun, it's very difficult to survive from these high tempo engages here. But yet again, as you mentioned, there's still the Marco Polo up for grabs here, but yet none other Lady Sun being locked in, but Yu Huan comboing the Sakir as a double heal combo here.
Exactly. This is going to be nice to try and implement for O2 Esports here. Obviously, X1 on the Lady Soon is going to have a lot more sustain, a lot more kind of backline help here from the Sakia and the Huon. So potentially we could see a Protect Madam President come through for the side of O2 Esports, but they got to be careful. Obviously, Mai Yin and Mai Shiranui are definitely great ways to access that backline.
Mai Shiranui, Mai Yin, good access to the backline like you mentioned, but hey, what's a better backline access with the Lian Po as well? A very similar draft to O2 Esports on the red side in Game 2. Just different picks with the same Mai Shiranui doing the same work against the same Lady Sun as well and Yu Huan. So definitely, O2 Esports here, they're drafting themselves into a pinch here with the similar picks.
Yeah, but like I was saying in the post-game highlights of Game 2, right? Like, they, onto the side of O2 Esports, they didn't only just have the Mai Shiranui, they also had the Zhongfei. So White on the Zhongfei was using the Umbrella Outburst to kind of push the back line into the front line of O2 Esports, which worked very, very well when Care couldn't get in there. But it's definitely going to be a ban-heavy side for the farm lane because already Todak have expanded quite a few picks.
So looking at the picks right now, O2 Esports putting priority, as you mentioned, onto the farm lane picks on the side of Todak. Todak's looking to ban out these potential clash lanes for K1, the man last game. So all ground being respect ban onto Kong Ling. So Pay is still up for grabs. In terms of the marksman department, I can envision it maybe to be the Consort Yu that's still up for grabs. That's still a counter towards the Lady Sun, right?
Yeah, in terms of obviously long range poke, thanks to the Oak Bolt, and obviously then her protective winds from her second ability, trying to kind of shut down a lot of the physical damage. But if you think about it, in terms of that bot lane matchup, Sakir is going to be giving us quite a bit of magical damage as well, right? So I don't feel like the cleansing winds is going to be as optimal there. But like the Chano being taken off, D-Ranger, they've picked Marco Polo, they've picked Lady Sun. They haven't quite yet had the Lung, right? Lung could come in here. It does definitely have great sort of late game potential. But it's actually going to be the Ho Yi. So very interestingly, Ho Yi come through here.
Ho Yi coming through definitely is marking one signal. Todak, once the Burning Sun arrow hits, it's go time. Tremor Shaft goes in, Ryu Engine comes in, Mai Yin comes in with the destruction. So definitely, Todak here drafting a hyper-aggressive style compared to what we've seen so far in Game 2. O2 Esports here, you still have to pay, you still have all these picks coming in, the Musashi for your jungle here. What is it going to be? It's going to be the Agudo forming a triple healing comp with Yu Huan and Sakir here. And locking that final pick for K1 is going to be none other than the Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, though. Like, so much sustain coming here from O2 Esports. Faye coming through, like you said, does definitely fit into that very hyper-aggressive comp that Todak are going for here, but the amount of healing that's going to be going over to the likes of the Lady Sun, because we know Charlotte's not going to get as much as that healing, because obviously Charlotte can self-sustain within her own kit. But honestly, Agudo, Huan, Sakir, there's a lot of CC, a lot of sustainability.
Fireflies from Agudo, Fireflies from the Sakir to heal, the melody from the Yuhuan to heal, the wild growth coming in from Agulo to heal, and they have formed such a strong early game to bully out this whole Yi before he actually is able to contribute with the Burning Sun arrow here. So O2 Esports, you have a very solid 1-4 draft. On top of that, you have a destructive 5v5 draft with these massive engages. So without further ado, let's check out game 3 between O2 Esports and Toda.
Yeah, the last game of this series will be this one right now. Obviously, best of 3 means that only one of these teams can go forward with winning the overall series. We've seen this before in week 2, and it was O2 Esports that came out on top. So can we see if Todak has improved over these last 4 weeks and is able to take the 2 games from O2 Esports, even though it doesn't really mean too much for them in the total standings?
Well, money is money. If you win the 2-1, you still rake in that $200. So Toda playing it for the money. So for the side of O2 right now, they're doing a small engage over to the Fire Beak camp on the side of Todak's jungle here. But both teams here, Toda stays secures it.
They secure it. They are able to get out as well. White using his dash into the bushes also, so he's able to get out of there safely. But for now, it's just looking like tip-for-tap between these 2 teams, right? I don't think anyone's going to be over kind of committed for anything or try and sort of be the victim of first blood.
But really, respectfully speaking, O2 here really likes the style of using their marksman as the primary push potential of the mid lane, securing X1 a very safe laning phase, rather than fighting one-to-one head-to-head against CCS's Hou Yi into the bot lane here. But 3v3 here into the mid lane early here.
Yeah, just trying to give priority, trying to give a lot of resources over to the lady soon, as you said there. X1 definitely needs that kind of matchup advantage just to make sure that he's like having a little bit of confidence in that early game. They do smite out the River Sprite there, obviously give up a bit more gold to the side of O2 Esports. Overall, around about 200 gold difference, which is not huge at this point. Gotta be careful with this rotation though. Todak going down 3 here.
Might be caught out.
Yeah, Arda does actually use the ultimate already, but doesn't actually get enough damage to get the execute.
Well, still, a flash burn is a flash burn here. So right now, we see a rotation back towards the bot side for X1. Keep in mind, there's no Purify on the side of O2 Esports draft. If the Burning Sun arrow does land to anyone on the side of O2 Esports, it may spell death for them.
It may spell death for them, exactly. They got to be careful. But right now, it's looking like a very coy game, right? Like, they're definitely matching in terms of the goal difference. It's not too far in between. No kills on the board just yet. That may change here. Stay looking pretty low. We use the Gorge mobilization, but it's going to be K1 into the back line that gets taken down. But Hua also punished as well for trying to claim the kill. But overall, the first one going over to Todak means they get a little bit more of the resources.
I feel like while they're going in, CCS gets chunked down hard, but he manages to escape here, but riding the wind might take him down here. He forces
the flash. He forces the flash. I mean, that's going to be enough to get him out there, but he's got to be careful with the rotation here from Stay. White maybe getting White out.
Ooh, aggressive player coming in from White here, really banking on the Mulberry Power Flash and banking that CCS cannot react. But we see somewhat of a deja vu here from top side, right? Time and time again, top side is the start of the first blood and it's trade off a kill. So definitely an interesting series so far.
Very interesting series so far. We've seen the Gorge mobilizations being used here, but they're actually getting the hit that he needs, right? Like if you land that on top of Stay, he's going down.
He's going down and Stay notices the fact and uses the Hisatsu Shinobibachi to escape from any danger. 15 seconds on the clock before the Tyrant spawns here. But Stay here getting a cheeky rotation here towards the top side here. They might give up this Tyrant for this top side kill.
Potentially, but speaking of kills, White was a bit overextended there. He gets claimed by Anda, and a nice burst ram over the wall, obviously from Yu Hao as well, was enough to kind of keep him in place, but gotta be careful here. K1 using the dashes. It is Stay trying to push him away from that T1 into the Clash lane. Isn't quite successful with that one, but there is, again, another fight going head-to-head into this bot side of the map as well, as they're trying to get this neutral objective for the side of O2 Esports. They know they can't do it quite just yet. Get a bit of priority, and then maybe they'll go for it again.
And you're putting a lot of pressure onto the side of O2's K1 Charlotte here. And using the teleportation zone, he descends towards the mid lane here, but CCS here gets caught.
Oh no. Yep, the Mulberry Power was enough to keep CCS in spot. And check is going to be going over to O2 Esports once more. So gaining that authority down to the bot side of the map means that they could take a bit of an easier fight here at the neutral objective. Tyrant potentially going over here to O2.
Wow, both teams here really playing towards the same style, right? Whoever pulls the trigger first onto the key targets. White here, the key target is CCS. Making sure that, hey, you want to play with the Burning Sun Arrow, you gotta go through laning phase first. CCS here, if he doesn't land on the Burning Sun Arrow here, the Holy Pick will be a waste towards this early game.
Exactly. He definitely needs to land some of those perfections. But at the same time, like you said, like if Yu1 gets hit with it, like you can just use the Unending Sorrow to completely just like override it, let it just go past you. Like obviously, if it's gonna land onto one of your squishier teammates, then you're gonna really want to body block it at that point. But you don't want to take it by choice.
Exactly, and right now we've seen the item builds. Yu1, Lady Sun, White on the side of O2 Esports, and all have their boost of resistance here, reducing the time of crowd control here, providing tenacity here. But a small engager coming from the top side, bot side.
Yep, the Burning Sun Arrow just come through onto White, and it's enough to claim down because Anda gets the execute as well. But overstepping into the enemy jungle does have its consequences. O2 Esports claims Anda at this point in the game. We do see X1's able to clear out that minion wave to the bot side, so they aren't going to get the T1 there. However, Hua into this brush may get caught out, but it's going to be all thanks to Furball. It's taking a lot of that beating, the pseudo tank that is a Gudo overall.
Ooh, really? O2 Esports here. They know when it comes to the game, but O2 Colin here might be caught out here, but he's still safe. They just want to counter this buff. But oh, Burning Sun Arrow hits.
Burning Sun Arrow does hit, but it is going to be potential here for Anda to try and get the kill onto X1. He's on the run. He's trying to get that range damage, but White is just basically denying the kill, and all that time, Todak Yuhao gets taken down as well as CCS. This is not looking good for Todak. Anda goes down as well.
4 kills for the side of O2 Esports here. Props to White. He sees his marksman getting chased out. He, Mulberry Power, flashes onto Anda while he's on the air, making sure that he cannot chase onto his marksman, protecting him at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what support's meant to do, right? I mean, they're not meant to be like Kindofu and take execute and just roam around the map too much, you know? Like, this is what it's meant to be like. O2 White cleaning and making sure that his teammates don't get taken down.
Oh, Kindofu being called out here is not what I expect into my today's cast. But definitely Burning Sun Arrow goes through mid and misses and does not hit a target here. But if you look towards the side of the itemization here, 4 boosts of resistance here for O2 Esports here. And let's check out the replay real quick where we see the start of everything here. K1 here immediately executing CCS and chases down Stay with the splash gradation here, securing 2 kills before he falls down.
Wow.
What play?
Yes. That was huge. The fact that we actually got a replay on that one was like made it so much better. Like, hey, that's cool. O2 Esports got a double kill, but how did they get it? And it's all down to the prowess and the finesse of K1 on this Charlotte.
Yeah, definitely after game 1, he has woken up and he has shown us an MVP-worthy performance so far in today's game. But hold on a moment, a fight breaks out in the blue side.
Yeah, Yuhao got to be careful, but it is going to be K1 once again coming from the back line. And Cat gets the kill onto Yuhao, though, however. Taking the T1 into the mid lane is going to be X1 for now. They definitely have the pressure here onto Todak, and Todak is not quite able to answer right now. We're seeing Kongling into the front line with K1, just trying to put a lot of pressure onto Yuhao. He's going down. Oh, the Gorge mobilization is going to be enough. K1 goes into the back line, takes down CCS as well. That is going to be a team wipe for O2 Esports as they look at clean out this clean number 3.
8 minutes, 35 seconds, and Odak's base is being knocked down by O2 Esports here. K1 proving the fact that, hey, Game 1 I didn't play well. Game 3, I pulled out a Charlotte, I can do the same as well. Beautiful play coming in from K1 and O2 Esports.
Exactly. I mean, we said it in the post-game of Game 2, right? Like, hey, it seems to be that the Clash laners are definitely the spearhead within these teams. And then K1 just goes, you know what, casters, you're right. I'm going to prove it to you. Here's some more proof for the pudding. That absolute takedown towards the end there, getting that team ace, is exactly what O2 Esports needed to open up the side of Todak.
And yeah, O2 Esports here, just like history of Week 2. Losing out Game 1 and coming back with a very convincing Game 2 and Game 3 to get a win onto the top 6. So far, if you're in top 6, every win matters and it really affects your standings in the play-ins here. Yes, they might not be able to affect the top 2 standings, but every win matters as they will have to fix their position for facing further opponents in the playoffs.
Exactly, like you're saying there, like Todak is probably not the hardest opponent, but it's definitely like a very matched up kind of series we've had there between O2 Esports and Todak. And Todak, as you said, are obviously not going to make it into the playoffs, but still are able to kind of go blow for blow with O2 Esports. It means that there's definitely like room for improvement for O2 Esports as they are going into the play-ins, right?
Yeah, right now what we see so far, props to Toda. They brought us to a game tree. They show us a very interesting series today. But for O2 Esports, you still have to take notes. That game 1 performance marks your weak spots, marks what you have to work on. So they have to go back to the drawing board and really look back to the footage of what went wrong and what they can do better. So Toda here is showing them a good performance so far.
Yeah, promising performance. Hopefully they just kind of like take this in their strides, and then just basically as the next season comes around, they're just a little bit more kind of well prepared, a little bit more of a well-oiled machine. But honestly, we did see that White came through quite a few times here for all of his teammates, right? Like, yes, he died twice, but at what cost? Like, yes, one of them was a bit overzealous when he was in the brush of his own creation, but there was one time where he saved his teammates, so he's definitely playing that kind of like bodyguard role into the support role.
If I was X1 and I see White using the Mulberry Power Flash to save me from a fate that's chasing me from the sky, I would be in love. So definitely props to White for showing us a very beautiful performance onto the Sakir, blocking the Burning Sun arrows, making sure that he punishes Toda for picking this Hou-Yi. And for a fact, Hou-Yi right now is 0-7 in the MKL League Spring season.
No, exactly. It's not looking good for Hou-Yi mains across the world, is it really? But it's one of those picks that, like, you only see it come into fruition and have, like, great prosperity when we see something like the Dolia come through, which wasn't banned in game number 3 either. Obviously, yes, they needed the front line from the Liempo, but having those, like, double Burning Sun arrows, or even trying to pair it with something else within your comp, giving over that Celestial Melody, it's just like, yeah, I don't see the Hou-Yi working here. I mean, there was a point and time where it could have worked if those Burning Sun arrows did land, but they didn't. And O2 Esports were kind of like, hey, you're playing on the back foot. They aren't as easy to set up on the back foot.
Exactly, like we mentioned it during the pre-game draft, during the game. You need these Burning Sun arrows to be hitting before all these heroes from the side of O2 Esports become more tanky as they rack up with the boost of resistance. But it wasn't really the case from Toda, right? O2 Esports was always on the initiative. Mulberry Power from the side of O2's White, securing kill after kill onto this Hou-Yi pick, which is the primary engine, your primary engage onto the side early game, which resulted in this gold grab.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's very much the same kind of gold graph as the last game, where it was just obviously, yes, O2 Esports were on the top side, so it's going up rather than going downhill. So not quite the same kind of thing. I think it was 8.7 or 7.8 towards the end of last game. So this game was ended a little bit more quicker, around about that 8 minutes and 44 seconds. So no Shadow Tyrant or Overlord was actually spawned this time around. So a little bit of a love letter to BSE from series number 1.
Exactly, it's a fast game, and let's check out this fast game and who's the MVP is none other than the man himself, O2K1, waking up from game 1, angrily coming in from game 2 and game 3, securing play after play for O2 Esports victory.
Yeah, they disrupted the beast with that one, right? Obviously, K1 back-to-back MVPs just gives more proof to what we've been saying, right? We basically said, hey, look, both of these teams, their clash lanes are definitely the go-to guy at getting these playmakers. And K1 back-to-back MVP definitely proves that even more. I mean, yes, damage dealt and damage taken very close, which is very risky. But when you're in a pick like the Charlotte that can kind of get that HP regen into the thick of the team fights, you can take as much damage as you really want, especially with the sustainability with the Hou-1 and the Sakir as well as the Gudo.
And let's check out his MVP performance real quick in this highlight that we prepared so far. So this one was a deja vu of what happened in most of our games to us today, right? 2v2 happening in the top side, 3v in the top side, and it ended up with 1-for-1 trade, and this is what we're talking about. White here punishing CCS once again, but here he tagged the Burning Sun arrow for X1. If not, X1 was going to be the one who take it and resulting him to unfaithful death, but definitely this was the play that K1 manages to get himself the MVP, D1v2, D1v3, securing 2 kills for O2 Esports in the jungle.
But yeah, very clean, honestly. That was like just, it was a moment of prayer that was needed. Obviously, he was putting his faith in that projectile from Charlotte, but it came through clutch. It got him the double kill, and it got him the kind of confidence that he needed right here, right? Like diving into the back line, getting stay, getting under, getting a team wipe, and then just claiming out this game 3 so easy for the side of O2 Esports.
Ooh, 8 minutes and 30 seconds was the time for that game ending. Definitely a masterclass performance aside from that game 1 that we've seen from O2 Esports here. The coaching staff, the players' mentality definitely contributed to this series win for the side of O2 Esports here. Props to them for really coming back from that game 1 loss.
Exactly. I mean, definitely a much better display from O2 Esports this time around. It seems like that maybe that could be one of their things, right? Especially against a team like Todak, where it's a little bit more 50-50. That first game's always a little bit of a shake-up, right? They kind of like brush themselves off. They slap themselves on the cheeks. Like, right, guys, we need to wake up. We need to take these 2 next games back-to-back, or else we've lost this round. And they already knew they were in the play-ins and the playoffs, but they still have something to prove. We are going to be going into an interview very soon with one of O2 Esports, and I believe it is going to be none other than K1.
Ooh, the MVP player of O2 Esports in that series, definitely being K1, and let's talk to him to know more about how he feels after right now. Hello, K1. Blam here.
Hello,
you want to start off the interview?
Absolutely. So congratulations on another win within the MKL. You are confirmed for the play-ins. Which team do you wish to meet the most in the play-ins?
AG Global.
Oh, AG Global here. I do believe that's a very similar answer for all these teams out there. They really want to fight AG Global with or without their golden form here. So my second question towards K1 here. So compared to O2 Esports Week 1 and Week 2 performance, you guys are definitely showing up a lot more of improvement in Week 4 onwards. What changed?
We changed our strategy and our mentality. Yeah.
Oh, definitely, Blam. Mentality does provide a big factor when it comes to all these games. Week 1 and Week 2, we didn't see a very good O2 Esports, but when it comes to Week 4 onwards, they definitely bloom. So any last questions for the O2 Esports here, Blam?
Yeah, so our last question would be, are there any words for your supporters out there?
Okay, I'll take over for this. I'm John, their 6th player. Okay, I want to first off say that I want to thank Blam. He's been supporting HOK since day 1. So thank you for that. But for what I want to say is for all the O2 fans, I know this time there's no Fredo or Jumper, but still we'll do our best and try to live up to our expectations, and we'll do the best in playoffs.
I'm sure you will. Thank you for that as well. Much appreciated.
Good luck for playoffs, O2. See you guys soon.
Bye.
Definitely an interesting duo right now that we interview. Both of the Clash lanes for the side of O2 Esports there, Blam. Whew, what a series coming in today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we needed a bit of a shake-up from that the match 1 series that we saw between, obviously, BSC and Souls Esports. So we definitely needed that, like I did. I Cosmic Orderly did this 2v1, right? Like, we needed a lot more tit for tat. We wanted a little bit more action to wake us all up, the viewers at home, ourselves on broadcast. We was like, hey guys, we need a little bit more. Give us something. Give us some hippie. Kaye, come on, we need it. And we got it. O2 Esports delivered that one. Obviously, they lost the first game, had to win back-to-back, but they did it very convincingly.
And talking about convincingly, is definitely going to be the upcoming series between Nova Esports and AG Global. A rematch of HOK S3 qualifiers of Malaysia, almost pushing it to Game 7. So this rematch will be very interesting. Last time we seen it wasn't so interesting, right? I want to see something big happen from this series right after the break that we're going to have in a while. So let's talk a bit more about this series, Blam. What do you think?
I mean, it's a matchup that we've seen already, right? Obviously, this is a double round robin formation. Obviously, the last time they played each other was in Week 2, just like O2 Esports and Todak. And unfortunately for AG, it was coined as our kind of like hype match of the day, but AG lost 2-0 very convincingly to Nova. So honestly, I really want to see that golden standard of AG Global. I want to see them come back very strong against Nova Esports in this last time round, because this is the last time within these regular seasons they're going to play each other. But don't go anywhere, guys. I do promise a banger. I promise. Do come back soon. See you after the break.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba kita menimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba kita menemu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. It is the last series of the day, and to be honest, I'm hopefully promising you guys a banger, because last time we had this one, it wasn't quite the banger that I was expecting, but hopefully the golden AG Global comes out this time around against Nova Esports, and we get a great series.
Wow, if we can get to see the golden form of AG Global, which we seen last time during the HOK S3 qualifiers, it's gonna be an interesting matchup here. But yet again, Nova Esports in the recent games have been seen in a slump. And I also know for a fact that they recently got a new coach. So I want to see, will this really affect their momentum moving towards the playoffs, or will they, based on their champions of HOK S3, already adapted to their new playstyle and adapted towards their slump?
We'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, a team like Nova, I can imagine, do definitely adapt to a quicker rate than other teams would. I mean, change for any team, especially in this kind of like high intense situation, is definitely going to be something you want to try and avoid the most you can. But Nova Esports, being obviously Season 3 champions, the first champions of 2025 Honor of Kings Esports, is definitely a good place and good mental and definitely good kind of accolade to have when it comes to being adjusting fast at these kind of paces.
Exactly. Through all those BO7s they played, through all those comeback miracles that they made, I definitely do think that this issue will be a small issue for them to handle, and they will prove to us once again why are they one of the best teams in Malaysia in the MKL. But for AG Global aside, I do want to see them, as you mentioned, the golden form. The time where they were playing as 5 before they went to HOK S3, they were really rocking and shaking up the entire Malaysian MKL scene.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely have put their stamp on the Malaysian scene, and they have definitely maintained that kind of performance as well as their popularity within the scene so far. So it's only right that they keep going forward, keep improving, because that's what they need to do, right? Especially if they want to try and beat those KPL teams at KWC later on in the year. But let's have a look at these teams. Those going head-to-head for the last time today is going to be none other than Nova Esports against AG Global. Nova being represented by Schwan, Wendy, Waypit, Muchi, and CY.
And on the side of all gamers global, you have Saber, the man in the roam, Yulong, their trusted import jungle, Dalhun in the clash lane, PHY in the mid, and JD, the stable marksman in the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw AG, last week, I believe it was, when we were casting them, PHY had, I think it was like double back-to-back MVPs. He played very, very well into the mid lane, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that same performance from PHY.
Exactly. PHY, like you mentioned last week, we've seen a lot of the mid players, a lot of the mage players securing MVPs, securing all these match of the MVP type of titles, right? So this week, we have Wendy, one of the best, if not the best mid laner in MKL right now, against PHY, the up-and-coming mage player. But yet again, the head-to-head will not feature these two players, but we will be featuring none other than the farm lane, the marksman player Muchi versus JD in this head-to-head.
Yeah, so that head-to-head looks like it's going to be the average KDA going over to Muchi. We see that the goal per minute actually going to be favorable. The last 3 statistics favor JD here. So average kills, goal per minute, as well as kill participation. Obviously, it's only 1%, but that's the 1% difference that could be really the difference here between JD and Muchi in this head-to-head.
Well, these stats does say a lot. In a sense, for the side of Nova Esports, they like their game slow and steady, and then they pummel you in these skirmishes. For the side of AG Global, their playstyle is kill-centric, skirmish-centric, and they want to keep fight for their objective and their goal lead here. So hence why their KDA has such a big difference here. But definitely both marksmen, both of the best marksmen in the league so far in the MKL, and I'm excited to see what they have both in store for this upcoming series.
Yeah, they're definitely sort of both within that top sort of like 4 contenders of the best marksmen within the MKL, right? There definitely is some true talent down into the farm lane for all of these teams that have been playing through MKL for the past 6 weeks. And we have to put that into perspective for those at home, right? Like, these teams have been going non-stop for the past 6 weeks. And that's got to be a lot of matches, a lot of kind of training, and a lot of stress that these players are going through. And they're just they're now starting to see the fruits they're bearing thanks to their performance performance and their attitudes that they've been bringing into Honor of Kings so far.
This, as you say, this series, although it may not shake up the entire standings, but if let's say AG wins, they do solidify themselves as the top 3 of the MKL regular season. For Nova Esports, they just need one more win to secure their top 2 spots towards the playoffs. So, in a sense, this matchup really heats up what we are going to be seeing during the playoffs if AG makes it to playoffs after the play-ins. For Nova Esports, it's a what do you call that? A judgment game, a statement game where they prove to the entire MKL that we are still untouchable. Maybe not BSC.
Yes. I mean, to be honest, that's where the untouchable bracket comes from and the title comes from tomorrow, right? Like, they have a game against BSC tomorrow, Nova Esports. So, like you were saying there, if Nova's able to take this victory from AG and then take the victory from BSC tomorrow, that definitely puts them in that top spot, right?
Exactly. So definitely tomorrow will be that key matchup that we'll be looking at, but let's focus on this matchup right now. Nova Esports versus AG Global, rivals since HOKS3. But yet again, both times Nova Esports has came out on top, once in the qualifiers 4-3 and once in the playoffs bracket of HOKS3 top 8. So right now, will history remain or will once again AG falter on the hands of Nova Esports here?
I mean, for the AG Global fans at home, I'm pretty sure they are wanting the AG Global boys on the team to actually try and do exactly that, right? Like, this is a team that we saw from the Season 3 qualifiers, like you said, Sagi, that was able to topple everybody and even get so close in a full best of 7 against Nova. Honestly, going 4-3 to Nova's pretty crazy, but then to have that kind of reset at Season 3 Invitational and not quite get that same kind of scoreboard was probably like a knock in confidence from AG Global that they probably would be better off not having going into this kind of series and where they are within the playoffs, right? So AG Global being on the red side and Nova being on the blue. So again, AG do get to react to that prio pick for the side of Nova.
Blue side, red side does mean a lot for these two teams, especially Nova Esports prioritizing the blue side, maybe looking for that Mai Shiranui for Wendy, looking for that Arlie for Muchi, all these top tier picks, which time and time again we've seen these players from Nova piloting them so well. On the side of AG Global here, are we gonna see the same style that they have performed over the time, prioritizing Yulong on these assassin carries like Jing, like the Lam, like the Pei, like the Luna here? So both teams putting up a different play style here coming into today's series.
I mean, it wouldn't be anything sort of like different amongst the Pale, right? I mean, we always see like Luna being banned, Pei being banned, Jing being banned, so it's not like exactly they're targeted against like Yulong, players like Yulong as well. It's kind of just like, it seems to be the thing within the Malaysian King League, right? Like, they just love to ban those heroes. They are always very present into those bans, but it kind of just pays like a little bit of a picture for the rest of the global teams. Like, okay, so it's clear that the Malaysian leagues love those assassin picks into the jungle. Maybe we need to either perfect that or overcome it with obviously those tankier picks, because really I feel like the pick we haven't seen at all with the MKL is Dune, right? Dune has not come through. Very slim chances that that pick comes through, especially within the best of 3. I imagine Dune will start to actually come back onto the gorge within these best of 5s in the playoffs.
I believe it's also the reason on the meta right now where Dune has slowly fallen off due to his ability to not maneuver around the map as fast as all these jungle assassins, all these tanks. But yet again, Nova Esports here banning out the double engage supports on the side of AG Global here. They ban out the 2 picks that I mentioned about, the Arlie, the Mai Shiranui, the 2 picks that everybody fear from the side of Nova Esports players.
Yeah, exactly. You want to take those off the board, but at the same time, you're kind of already attacking Saber's pool here in terms of the support. So maybe it's Nova Esports trying to kind of force one of these first 2 picks to be the support pick for Saber.
Exactly, and Nova Esports here utilizing a very smart approach here. Dalhun has from time to time prioritized this Byron pick being the sole tank of the team here. But yet again, if you pick the Byron first pick, you are potentially letting go the Luna towards AG Global here. Nova Esports here, they may answer with a hyper-aggressive early game, being the Pei, plus one of the mid lanes that we're going to be seeing. Maybe we're going to be seeing Control Major, but it's not going to be it. It's going to be none other than the Long towards the farm lane.
Yeah, Lung in the farm lane is going to have a bit of an interesting fight, especially if Modsu's going to be there quite frequently, because obviously we know that Modsu with the Cannon Blast is going to be enough to kind of like stop him laying down those flaming palms onto your farm lane. But interestingly enough, obviously AG Global need to make sure they come up with something that counters or is able to kind of maneuver around those flaming palms. In other leagues, we've seen obviously like the likes of Console U being picked up, and there it is. The Console U does come through here, obviously with the protective winds, is going to be exactly what they need to mitigate the damage from the flaming palms.
Exactly, especially in terms of laning, Console use Oak Bolt and the Cannon Blast for Mozi will be detrimental for Muchi on this long pick. And one more thing, if you look at the first 3 picks on the side of Nova Esports here, Byron, Pei, and Long, Console's use Protective Wind is perfect in this draft. They just have to ban out all these control mages, all these long-range mages that can be a potential counter for this Console U. But yet again, they ban out the roamer picks, which is the Diadia and the Liang for the side of Nova Esports here. And in terms of Clash lane, they ban out the Dharma, Demon Yin, further shrinking Dao Hen's pool of heroes.
Yeah, so I'm interested here whether Waypit will actually lock in the Dolia here, because obviously most times when we see the Lung come through, Dolia definitely is going to be there, because obviously they haven't banned it. Having that double infinite vastness is definitely going to make the playmaking potential here for Muchi on the Lung even better, and they could even go and pair it with something like the Huan into the mid lane, right? Like that gives over a lot of sustain if they pick the Dolia and the Huan here. They don't have a big front line, but Huan can tank quite a bit as well.
One more thing I want to point out. We might see a Tina roam here to deadly prioritize any form of jungle objective onto this Luna, making sure that this Luna cannot play the game well. We have seen from time and time again, Nova Esports love this Athena roam pick. We might see it come out just because they want to prioritize and lock down this Luna. But yet again, we hear the lock sound. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be the Yuan and Dolia as mentioned by you. This is gonna be a very good frontline setup. They will prioritize the Unending Sorrow refresh and the Infinite Vastness refresh onto Long, onto Yuan to really force this frontline to really push back AG Global.
Yeah, it's just it makes perfect sense. The fact that Dolly has not been banned and the fact that you can have double infinite vastness, why would you kind of sacrifice the Lung pick without having the Dolly here? It would be kind of at the detriment to Nova Esports, because Waypit, obviously we know he loves the Zhong Fei, and he banned it out himself. They really wanted to go over to Saber either. And just having that utility and the sustainability of the Huan as well. I mean, fast rotations down to the bot side of the map, we're probably going to be seeing that CC coming through. Interestingly enough, we are going to get the Lubang here for the side of AG Global. Could be paired and synergized very well with the Luna here, so diving in onto the back line, Battlefield Command coming through, could be the pressure that they need onto the side of AG Global.
I want to see both teams' execution here. AG Global here definitely drafting a very core 3 carry, being the Console U, Mozi, and the Luna. Console U and Mozi in the early game will definitely try to punish this Long in terms of the laning phase. But Nova Esports here, drafting the Byron, drafting the Pei, will try to look for all these engages, these invades towards the side of AG jungle. So once again, I want to see how these two teams execute their game plan in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, putting pressure onto Yulong on the Luna is definitely where they're going to start to stunt the growth and the potential of AG Global, especially into the team fights. And then over to the side of Nova Esports, it's really kind of making sure that they don't get into the late game, right? Because Lung late game is a nightmare.
Long late game is a nightmare indeed in terms of AG's draft. There's not a lot of heroes that can really match up to Long's damage. But once again, JD here with the protecting winds on the console, you can definitely negate all these damage coming out from the core 3, Clash lane, jungle, and marksman for side of Nova Esports here. But once again, both teams, very equal start so far.
Yeah, equal start so far. We're already seeing Xuan kind of overextend into the enemy jungle. Okay, PHY, he's very low. He still has, obviously, his passive there. Kind of blast being used very impressively. Catches 2 for Saber, so trying to deny it, but it is actually going to be taken away there by Nova CY. They're able to claim the Crimson Golem for themselves.
This is the game plan we're talking about, right, Black? Nova, notice the fact that Byron has priority. The Yuhuan has priority. Immediately they set up for this rep of invade, making sure that Luna does not unlock the level 4, making sure that Luna is unable to pivot around the map with her mobility, right? So a very good plan executed so far from the side of Nova Esports.
Oh, very much so. Like we said into the last part of the draft, as soon as it all locked in, this was the kind of thing they need to do, right? They need to make sure they're challenging Yulong into his jungle, because if he's able to just freely, openly farm, that's when you can kind of see these troubles start to show for the side of Nova Esports.
And now, like you said, They have to stop Yulong from farming, and they have the timer of the Crimson buff coming south of AG Global here. We will see a lot of action happening towards the side of the Crimson buff. Once again, Nova Share might be caught out here, but it's just a small poke coming in from AG Global.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hard 1v1 here for Dohen up into the Clash lane as well. Like, Byron always, pretty much like 90% out of most of these 1v1 matchups, he gets it. He's pretty much there. He's locked in. So we're already going to be seeing that Yulong is already missing his jungle at full capacity, but also has to kind of take himself away to go up into the Clash lane to help out Dohen.
And looking at the map state so far, both teams are looking to pry onto the Crimson buff onto the red side of AG Global here. But one moment right now, they are looking to invade onto the blue buff. And look at pace position. CY is hovering towards the red buff.
Yeah, they're looking just to keep that away from Yulong, which is, again, a lot of damage being taken away from her as well. I mean, it definitely is going to be better off in pace, and if you are CY Nova, was my board being committed there just to try and keep it away. Oh, nice little... I mean, it exhausts your ultimate. I feel like I was about to say, that's good, but at the same time, you lose an ultimate for now to gain a Crimson Golem. Luckily, it's nowhere near that neutral objective timer. They still have a minute to get that World is my board back online.
I want to give respect for the side of Nova Esports. They're respecting the fact that if they get locked by the World is my board at that moment, Battlefield Command and New Moon is going to come from Yulong here to secure the kill. But hey, on here, Muji here being forced out the infinite vastness.
Yeah, no, this is going to be the saving grace here for the bot side of Nova Esports, right? Is the fact that he can have both infinite vastness whenever he needs to, right? Like, you saw there, JD chunked a lot of help off of Muji there, but he's got the get out of jail card.
The get out of jail card being burned right before Tyrant here does not to be a very good issue here, but Nova Shen here might be called out here, respecting the fact that he does not have vision here. Both teams here, a very safe early game, but right now the goal lead hovers towards Nova with a healthy 700 goal lead here, Black.
700, but we are seeing a bit of, obviously, Yulong, regardless that obviously he's lost his farm and CY's helped himself to it, they're very much neck and neck within this, so, or this is paying like respects to Yulong being able to just farm very well and very efficiently.
Props to PHY, he provided all the farm in the mid lane towards Yulong's carry pick, but right now, Tyrant is spawned for both teams.
But yeah, but World my board being committed there, trying to catch out the side of Nova Esports. It's going to be first blood going over to the side of AG. Schwan takes down Yulong, however, but it is going to be going over. Actually, no, it's the Tyrant that gets reset, sorry. Forcing the flash from the Yixing is going to be enough for Nova to be like, right, guys, okay, let's reform and let's go again.
Let's go again, and Shred is marching right towards the red buff of AG Yulong here. That was a pretty good team fight from both teams so far, but Nova Esports, even though they lost Wave Pit in the exchange, they came out on top with the further skirmish towards the mid lane here. So right now, both teams here, AG securing themselves the Tyrant as a consolation prize, while Nova wants to push pressure after taking red buff onto the top tower of AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, overall, AG Global do get the Tyrant after all, but like you said there, losing Wave Pit is probably not going to be all or end all. If you're going to lose your support for your enemy jungle, at that point in time, would have been great for Nova if they were able to translate it into a neutral objective. But however, they take the T1 up into the top side, and AG respond very quickly with the bot side.
The tier 2, though, on the side of AG is being knocked down by Mushi as we speak, but right now a skirmish comes to top side, but Nova Esports definitely comes out on top on these kind of skirmishes. Battlefield Command being cast.
Oh, that's not the pressure you need right at the top side of the map. That's the Dowhead pretty much back towards the ropes. He looks pretty low. Wendy takes him down. Yulong doing a lot of damage and gets the double kill. He flashes in. He's like, I'm committing to this. This is looking like a very quick game here for Nova Esports. They're not holding up. PHY goes down thanks to CY. Infinite Vastness being used defensively to get out of there, but they can have the high ground turret. Wendy back into the back line, gets the kill onto PHY as well as the high ground turret. They saw what BSE did and they're paying their respects.
Nova Esports is out for blood here. Wendy with the flash, with the double ending sorrow, you making sure that, hey, I have this defensive tool, I have double ending sorrow, I can dive you. And that's what we are seeing so far. Nova Esports is so blood hungry, knocking on the tower, the tier 3 at 6 minutes in the game, being respect to BSC like you said.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now we're seeing a very, very dominant Nova Esports, right? I mean, Wendy just flashing into the backline, not once, but twice. Like, he was in there, he was getting the kills, and just like you can see here from this replay, like there, Schwan into the backline as well, taking down JD was just huge.
Beautiful Storm Strike Flash coming in from Xuan to catch out JD. Yes, you can use Protecting Winds to really negate the CC, but it's very down to a pixel perfect engage of the CC cancellation. So props to Xuan for actually capturing that moment to really catch JD off guard.
Catch JD off guard. I mean, catch the whole team off guard, right? I mean, AG is down without a high ground turret at 7 minutes, right? I mean, yes, we saw the BSC was able to win at 7 minutes against their opponents, Seoul Esports, but right now, Yu Lung looking like not very Lung. He is having to play straight into that T2 territory. If he's not, he will go down here. There is a lot of power, a lot of damage coming over and translated for Nova Esports for now, taking that T2 into the bot side.
This is what we're talking about, Blam. If you pick the Luna into the paint with such a high tempo team, with such a high macro oriented team, right, you're gonna be punished the moment the buff spawns. Because these teams are not gonna let this Luna to scale into a comfortable early to mid game, right? So right now, Nova is showing us, hey, you pick this draft, we're gonna punish you for it. And look at Pei's item build. So immediately Magic is just being secured right now.
Yeah, going for the Succubus Cloak. He definitely needs it, right? Especially if you've got Luna diving on top of you, as well as Yixing, as well as Motsu. So it's definitely the decent thing to go for here. A little bit of defense, especially that he's doing so well in terms of damage anyway. But realistically, the damage is definitely coming from the likes of the Loons. But right now, be careful. Yu Long, we see the PHY has to put the board down. Now, on the run, that is immunity going down, and down goes PHY after all. Yu Long looking short as he gets out of that fight into the T3, into the base, but they have to pay respect to the top side of the map.
Yu Long going short there of one member, which is AG PHY here. Double ending Sorrow. Can you see how confident Wendy is playing? He knows for a fact that Wave Pits, Celestial Melody will bail him out when he needs to, so he's playing very daring. And right now, Nova is slowly chipping away the mid tower, the second tier 3 of AG Global here.
Yeah, no, it's not the place you want to be if you're AG Global right now. You're definitely playing on the back foot, and Nova know that. Nova know they've got you on the back foot, and they are making use of that. Muji, as well as CY, claiming the second tyrant of the game. It's not even 10 minutes, and Nova Esports are already doing a lot of damage onto the side of AG Global.
In terms of draft, in terms of the overall goal composition that we see so far from Nova Esports, this is a very difficult game from AG Global here, because as you know, Luna is a steep hero. It starts off weak, it becomes very strong in the early to mid game, and it goes down hard, it crashes down hard in the strength chart. So right now, what can you do as AG Global to come back from this game?
I mean, it's very hard, right? Especially with their draft. I mean, Motsu is not the best hero to play on the back foot as well. Like, he's like there to be putting the pressure on, allowing your team to go in. But speaking of going in, is PHY. He's going down thanks to the side of Nova. Wendy, that is going to be another kill. Wendy on this U1 has been so aggressive. Battlefield Command back onto the line of Yu Long, but is it going to be enough to deter them from the base? Nova Esports looking to try and run this down. They need some minions to come through. It's only down alive, and there it is, just like the package on time, comes through a win for Nova Esports.
Wendy, legendary in that game, playing to his perfection with the Unending Sorrows, with the Celestial Melody, backing up with another Unending Sorrow, securing kill after kill after kill, and not the back line, but the front line as the engage.
Yeah, honestly, it was so crazy to see like Huan played so aggressively. But the fact is, I feel like they needed that, right? Like, they'd just be able to dive in, get that kind of huge AoE CC onto the back line of AG Global. It was just enough to kind of stunt the growth, and their growth really got stunted into that top side of the map where they completely annihilated that Clash lane within, like, what, 5-6 minutes.
Annihilate the Clash lane, securing buff after buff in the jungle of the side of AG Global here, stunting their growth of the Luna. Very crucial here, and just as you know, the bot side of AG Global here, yeah, they were really bullying Muchi off of this pick, but who in reality is controlling Wendy and Xuan on these engages that they're doing? Crazy engages so far from these two players.
Super duper crazy engages. I mean, we were really looking, and obviously saw the draft of the console UA come through. It was like, okay, yep, this could be cool. This could be really good. And we saw it kind of bear its fruit into the early part of the game. But then it was just the dismantling of the top side of the map that really kind of just took the pressure away from Muchi. Muchi was like, okay, guys, bet. Like, you go ahead, you dominate that side. And then JD just kind of crumbled at that point, right?
Exactly. All Muchi had to do was survive this tough laning that AG Global had set up for him. But yet again, Muchi did such a great job and Waypit was there to cover him at all times. And just look at this stat real quick. Wendy rocking that 64.4k damage dealt with none other 100% team fight rate.
Yeah, crazy. Wendy just always into the front line. And Waypit there also, obviously a little bit less frequent, but I feel like it's just because Wendy was the spearhead into the team fights that everybody had to kind of formulate around him. Like, he was being so aggressive that not even CY and Schwan could keep up. I was like, right, okay, Wendy's gone in, guys. We need to go in. We need to translate this into some damage. But overall, the amount of damage that's coming through is going to be Wendy on the 64.4k damage dealt. Honestly, probably the most aggressive Q1 performance I've seen in Honor of Kings.
Aggressive and dominating performance from Nova Wendy. This is the man that we claim as one of the best, if not the best mid laners in MKL so far. So far, he's doing a heck of a job on this Q1 pick.
Oh, amazing on the Q1 pick. It's definitely got to be MVP. If it's not MVP, I'm gonna have to get like a vote recounted or something. I have to go to production and be like, hey, I'm not casting this next game unless we give Wendy MVP. But we look at the gold graph here, and it's just a steady climb here for Nova Esports, and then it just dips and goes even further. So 6.8k towards the end there. Obviously, not the kind of like most impressive in terms of like end game in gold difference, but because how fast this game was, it's definitely sort of like scalability on that time frame.
You're right. This game was only 10 minutes and it was 6.8k goal lead. Almost a 680 goal per minute that we're looking at. And especially Nova, they're building this lead since the start of the game. The invades, the top lane fights, fight after fight, knocking the tier 3 down at just 6 to 7 minutes short. And immediately pummeling this game at a 10 minute to close out this game.
Oh, absolutely. A very good closeout towards the end there. But it was aggressive start and aggressive finish. But MVP or production, you're in for it if it's not my boy Wendy. Whoa. Yay! We get to have Blam on the cast for game 2. Blam is happy. Wendy with the 7-0-4 KDA. 34% of the damage dealt, man. Like 22% of damage taken. Yes, face value, that looks bad. But when you're 33%, sorry. 34%, sorry. 34%. There we go. Maths failed me. There we go. When you're 34% of damage dealt, it doesn't matter when you have that damage taken.
Exactly, especially the draft is so specialized around Nova Wendy's U1 pick with the Dolia. He's really rocking with a very solid performance with confidence, making sure that his back is covered by Waypit's Dolia. Unending sorrows after ending sorrows to really engage these team fights. And let's check out the highlights of the game.
Yeah, huge. I mean, even from this point on, right, like Dohan can take off into the middle lane, just starting up everything. But at this point in the reel, right, you can see that Dohan gets taken out again. I mean, is this a game highlight or is this just Dohan's death reel at this point? It seems like it.
Dohan's death reel or Nova Wendy's highlight reel. Whichever one you want to choose is both on this case right now. Just look at what Wendy did just now. Double ending sorrow, one to close off Dalha, one to flash in to collect the kill onto Yulong. And just what I was talking about. Strength, flashing, Storm Strike to get the kill onto JD. And look at this, further flashing again, our MVP to secure the kill on PHY using the unending sorrow to escape. And this one was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, just right here, like the defense takedown of the whole base. I mean, yes, they had the high ground turret into the bot side of the map, but it was just like, hey, we don't need it. We've got it. The think inside the box was just a little bit too late there from Saber. And I mean, they were just buying time for these minions to come through, wiping out the side of AG as Daohan goes back in just to be on the death reel potentially once more. But no, it's the Crystal takedown. And that's going to be Nova Esports taking a very clean game 1 from AG Global.
Clean game 1 indeed for the side of Nova Esports here. But here's the thing, Blam. We were not sure if this series was going to go very competitively, the golden form of AG Global here, but definitely, as what I mentioned during Game 1, we were wondering if Nova Esports were capable of coming back from their slump, and right now, they've proven one fact, they have come back and they are coming in strong with this Game 1 performance.
Yeah, they've taken the blows, they've taken the punches to the chin, and they're like, guys, right, let's get back up. Let's just cement ourselves back in the MKL, right? And that's definitely the performance they needed going up against AG Global. Like, they definitely dismantled that game 1. We never really expect Q1 to be so aggressive. When it comes through, it's just there for the early parts of the rotations down to the bot side. But Wendy was just like, I'm not having any of that. I'm literally just going straight in for this one. I'm going to be the spearhead.
I'm gonna be the spearhead, and he was the crucial player, making all these plays work, banking on these unending sorrows to really catch out these players off guard for the side of AG Global here. What a masterclass performance on this Yuhuan pick that we've seen so far. Only he was able to pull off such an amazing performance. But once again, let's check out Game 2's draft between AG Global and Nova Esports.
Yeah, so obviously, respectively, Nova Esports obviously do exhaust the Byron, the Pei, Huan, Lung, Dolia. That's a big, like, setup in terms of team draft. Like, that to me is like a T0 kind of draft. Like, that is like the penultimate when you can really try and hope for. But in a game 1 in the best of 3, it's probably not as kind of crucial if it was like a BO5 or a best of 7. So just putting their best foot forward, just showing that Nova Esports are here to play aggressively. But in terms of the bans, Luna ban for the side of AG, they don't want that to go over to CY. Ali being banned out once more, and then the Byron and the Lung for the side of Nova Esports.
Nova Esports really putting a lot of respect onto Daohen's Byron, which made a lot of crucial plays on the coming weeks before this series. So respect back coming from Nova Esports very well. And Maestro Nui, being one of the most prized pick out of all these bands, is locked in for South AG Global here. For Nova Esports, you still have the Dharma, you still have the Mayin, you still have the Zhang Fei. Lots of picks so far for the South Nova Esports to expand. What are they looking for? It's gonna be the Dharma and it's gonna be the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw the Zhang Fei just completely survive that first banning phase, I knew that if AEG Global were going to take it, especially being a prio pick, you don't normally see it, but I suppose within the MKL, it would make sense being one of the most picked heroes. But Nova having that reactive kind of pick on the red side, it means that they can expand that, right? Like, go for the Zhang Fei, lock that in, but AEG Global here looking very aggressive with these 2 picks.
Maestro Nui and Pei, definitely one of the key combos for a very aggressive early game right now. Also have Nova Esports here. Are you going to cover your mid pick here, or are you going to be looking for, once again, another jungle pick, which may be the all-round to tackle the early game that you're going to be facing against the Pei? But none other, they put priority onto the marksman choices, which is the Chano locked in for a side of Nova Muchi.
Yeah, Chano coming in here, generally a good pick into the farm lane. We don't know what too sure yet for the side of AG Global. Obviously, they have used the console U. They can't go for the Ali. They can't go for the Lung, right? So it's going to be kind of going maybe potentially into the D-Ranger here, maybe to try and kind of counter the Zhang Fei. Depends if... Oh, there we go. No Lung Gap. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to go to maybe something else. But the Orgrim being banned here for the side of AG Global means that they're not going to have like that full scarce tank, which we can probably be expecting to see here for Nova Esports. Maybe even the likes of a Agudo.
Agudo definitely fits and ticks all the boxes that Nova Esports need to play around this channel and utilize all these engaged tools coming in from Nova Esports. Play a front-to-back kind of team composition. Nova Esports banning out all these marksman choices, while AG Global here rounding out their team composition by banning out what they do not want to face from Nova Esports draft here. If you're Nova Esports, you might want to whip out one of your mid lane picks right here to give the last pick towards the jungle, but yet again, is Nova Esports, they prioritize Wendy as their prime carry here. So Musashi locked in for a side of Nova Esports as their 4th pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good at obviously trying to get into the backline, trying to kind of lock down the likes of the Mai Shiranui. I mean, it does synergize very well with Wei Pit onto the Zhang Fei here. If you can get the Unbridled Outburst onto 2, especially like the backline here, like either the Pei or the Mai, the ones that kind of be like kind of navigating and trying to get onto the Chano, you're going to be able to lock down with that duel to the death, right?
Exactly, Duel to the Death will really work on all these high mobility heroes such as Maestro Nui and Pei. Shoyu here being locked in for that AG Global here. That's one of the late game insurance that you want for the side of AG Global here. Shoyu, as we know, once he hits that 3-item spike, Shadow Reaper, Eternity Blade, and Daybreaker, he's going to be packing a punch against all these heroes on the side of Nova Esports. But yet again, you have such an insane engaged setup coming from Nova Esports. You have the Musashi Duel to the Death, you have Zhang Fei and Unbridled Outburst, and once again, Dharma. The Truth Mantras are going to be packing a punch with all these angles that they come through.
Yeah, no, it's scary for the side of Nova Esports. I feel like AG Global, yes, Saber gets to go back onto one of his tankier picks, but then to the detriment of AG Global, so does Wei Pit, and it's one of his strongest picks. We always see Sir Cloud fangirling over Wei Pit on the Zhang Fei, and it's rightfully so. It's a certified fangirling moment to have Wei Pit onto the Zhang Fei. Going for a little bit more damage into the mid lane here is going to be that Kong Ming. So Wendy potentially going to be a carry here for the side of Nova Esports once more.
This is Nova Esports style. They saved the last pick for none other than their best carry, which is Wendy. He locks in that Kong Ming, and he has proven from time to time again why this pick works into the mid lane. Funnel him with the resources, give him the Azure Golem, he's gonna be the main carry, the main guy of this game. So definitely an interesting setup from both teams here. I want to put out a lot of pressure coming from ENG Global here. The pressure point will be on the mid, jungle, and roam trio to really make the early game a tough cookie for Nova Esports here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen it before, obviously, in the first series of the day where BSE drafted the Kong Ming, right? Like, he was just there to kind of use the winning strategy to be using, basically just deleting a lot of the health bars from your enemies, right? And just force them away so they can't go for this next team fight that you've got planned and they don't know about. But right now, a lot of tip attack into the mid lane because both of the Mai Shiranui and the Kong Ming don't quite have the fastest wave clear or even takedown of the turrets. But PHY, looking pretty low, already dealt a lot of damage.
The double arcane assault stacks coming in from Wendy definitely packs a punch towards the wave, securing them the first level 2 and winning the trade, forcing PSY to back off to the base. But yeah, you have the platform bounce, you can get back to lane very safely and fast. But utilizing the priority, Wendy here secures none other than the Armor-Tail Beast for Nova Strand.
Yeah, Spike-Tail Beast going down for the side of Nova Esports. Just going to put pressure up into the Clash lane, which is going to be potentially where we start to see things like differ here for both of these teams. They definitely want to try and get pressure into either of these side lanes just to make it kind of easier for the side, whoever gets the pressure, to just keep rotating and just snowball at that moment in time.
Yulong here cheekily stealing away one of the camps coming in from Nova Esports here, so they reduce their loss coming into the early game right now. A small freeze coming to the top side. Shen notices the fact that Yulong is nearby, allows the freeze to be broken for the side ENG Global. He will take the wave under the tower, while Nova here might look to invade one of the small camps that's going to be respawning soon.
Yeah, you can already see that Waypit's kind of just like navigating around there. Crimson Golden maybe trying to keep eyes on that for now for the side of CY, but looking to just help themselves to the River Sprite as well. Just give a bit more gold over to the side of Nova. They're up by about 600 gold for now.
Oh, Muchi here already arriving to the mid lane. Winning strategy hits!
The duel to the death as well as the winning strategy. That seemed personal for the side of Nova Esports.
With PSY going down here, the red buff, the Crimson Golem is up for grabs, but Nova respecting the early game protection, jungle protection here, and they choose to back off. They got what they came for, they got a healthy goalie, they are back to farming the waves.
Back to farming the waves. I mean, that's what they're going to do to kind of try and set up these neutral objectives, right? They've got about 2 minutes still on the board here before these Tyrant and these Overlords do come up, but they definitely want to have that presence into these side lanes, like I was saying previously.
And right now, the presence on the side lane, Shen is really handling this weak side very well. Yulong here from time to time visits this Clash lane to make sure Dalhun has a great time. But on the side of bot side, Muchi just holding 1 assist is winning over 500 gold already in terms of the gold lead. But here, he's getting engaged on.
When? Yeah, gotta be careful. Use the truth mantra pretty early. PHY going down once more thanks to Wendy. The Unbridled Outburst from a Wave Pit was enough to kind of zone them but not hit anybody. Dowhead looking like he's going to get caught out here. The duel to the death does get committed. It's going to be a double kill going over to Wendy.
Wendy with the micro mechanics there. Yes, PHY managed to dodge through the Arcane Assault, but he used the Arcane Assault Flash to close out the distance and secured the kill onto PHY, and then, duel to the death, immediately onto Dalhun after Waypit CCs him. So amazing play from Nova Esports, knowing the limits and catching off guard, but here, reaching his get caught out.
Careful, I mean, he definitely uses the jumping shot there from the Chano to keep himself alive. But PHY, however, on the other hand, gets hit by the winning strategy once more. The winning strategy is definitely not PHY in this game 2 against AG Global. Duel to the death being committed here onto Yulong as we are seeing a bit of a push. They use the Illuminate Slash, the winning strategy.
Oh my god! Another winning strategy to cement the win! Things are going haywire for the early games side of AG Global here. Wendy, 4 minutes, he has 5 kills already. That's enormous lead coming into 4 minutes of the game, and they're knocking on the first tower.
Yeah, they're trying to. I mean, saving grace for AG Global here is that they're just pushing him off here. Saber takes a lot of damage from Wendy. He's just trying to make him double think about going into this engage. They really want this T1.
And 4 minutes in, Blam. The buffs are already being prepped right now.
The Truth Mantra into the Unbridled Outburst means that this is going to be a huge setup here once again for Nova Esports to take down PHY. PHY hasn't started yet. He's just been dead so much. I believe like 7 of those kills are going to be for him. Saber is able to chunk the damage thanks to being the Liampo.
Looking at this, Blam, Nova Esports is trying to challenge the fastest game that BSE just did in game 1. Can they do it? I don't know. But from the looks of it, Nova Esports is putting a statement of a game in game 2. Wendy with 5-0-1. Nova Esports really securing both sides of the jungle at first 5 minutes of the game already.
Yeah, I mean, we see 5-0. That's impressive. But look, 4.6 to 2K. That's just recently been procured by PHY there. So you're trying to tell me that the mid laner alone in AG Global at about 5 minutes in is 2K ahead of gold, almost 3K. That's not a position you want to be in.
That's not a position you want to be in. And 3K alone onto one hero at 5 minutes in is detrimental for AG Global here. And right now, they are knocking onto the bottom side of AG Global here. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 7 minutes that BSE did. Can Nova Esports do it with this push? We don't know. We want to find out.
We are going to find out. I mean, we see that Schwan is going into the mid lane here just to put a bit of pressure, maybe try and close into the collapse of this team fight right now. T2 does fall into the bot side of the map as well, thanks to Nova Esports. Muchi gets the last hit on that one. But right now, it's definitely looking like a hard comeback here for AG Global. See the burst ram just being used here to try and clear out the minion wave. The winning strategy, he does get blocked there, so a bit of a saving grace for the side of AG.
Ooh, AG here, they do not want to let themselves be the fastest team to be ended in the regular season here. Crimson, Azure Golem here, once again being passed over to the Wendy, the core carry, which is almost close to 3 items here. Wow, what a game.
Very much so. What a game so far. I mean, like 7 kills to 0 right now. We always say that obviously kills aren't the biggest thing, but if you're converting it time and time again into an onslaught onto the likes of PHY, who's having to back up around to try and just keep himself alive, is pretty impressive. Like, you put a lot of pressure onto the side of AG Global.
Exactly, you drafted such a strong early game, but the early game has flipped over and Nova Esports is control of the entire early game right now. JD, yes, he has just suffered a death, but he needs 3 items. And from the looks of it, you are nowhere near 3 items for JD, let alone have enough farm for him to actually scale into that tempo.
Yeah, not enough as of yet, but I mean, we can kind of see here Dowhen just trying to go for a bit of a saving grace to get some pressure into the side lanes. He's just trying to make sure that his teammates can come out of their base once more, because if he's not doing this, it just means that Nova can just keep laying this down thick, but Dowhen may get caught out here. We do see the Elita Marchers come through, not quite committed just yet, trying to dance around, trying to get the pick up onto Wendy, but Schwan's not having any of that. Truth Mantra is being used, but Dowhen is on the run once more, trying to survive, but we could see a collapse here of CY. CY does meet it. The extreme speed does come through. He does have the door to the death, but doesn't need it. It's going to be Muchi picking up the kill.
He stalled a lot of time. He gave a lot of room for Yulong and JD to farm. So props to him for actually stalling so much time. But the goal lead is getting even more crazy right now. 8,000 goal lead at 8 minutes. That's 1,000 a minute here. That's not the position you want to be. And CY looks to go in, and this is the first tier 1. Tier 3 that they're going to take out at 8 minutes in the game.
Yeah, Yulong playing the long game here into the top side of the map. Obviously able to get the T1 up there as well. But tier 1 for your higher ground turret is not the pressure that it's going to create that you think it is, right? Like, there's so much pressure created here. The higher ground turret for the mid lane does also fall for AG Global, so they only have one standing.
They only have one standing, and that one is going to be knocked down right immediately after they secure this Overlord that will be taken shortly after they secure the blue buff. But right now, realistically speaking, this game is so out of hands for side AG Global. Here, you will need at least 3 aces for AG onto Nova, but that's not the case here as Yulong is almost taken down.
Yulong looking like he's going to go down. Wendy does use the winning strategy to just wipe off most of his health and then just use his other skills just to get those procs in of those marks to get that extra damage from the Kong Ming right now. But honestly, Yulong being down here is going to be hard for the side of AG Global. They are now lacking a little bit more damage. They are now forcing Dowhen to go for the retreat here. If he doesn't come back soon enough, they could lose the high ground turret, and he's looking to commit and stay in that bot side of the map. But Wendy putting pressure onto JD.
4v5, Whippet has the ultimate. Dowhen, when are you coming back? Are we going to be looking at a play for a backdoor here?
Oh, huge! Yep, it's going to be the Truth Mantra being committed as well as the Unbridled Outburst, and there it is, the winning strategy once more, and it's going to be the winning blow for Nova Esports, getting 12 kills to 0 from AG Global.
Please, Slick coming in from AG Global, securing 0 kills against Nova Esports here. Nova Esports here. They showed us how to play against this high tempo jungle and mid duo. They match that jungle and mid duos tempo. They come out on top. Nova Wendy here, yet another masterclass performance here. If he's not MVP, I don't know who is MVP of this series.
Honestly, I was saying, I was like, I hope that it's going to be a little bit more of the golden standard AG that we used to, but it seems like they've just been gagged. Like, that was worse than second week, right? Like, that last game, that was hard. That was hard for AG to watch. I feel like Nova Esports, Wendy on the Ming was just so dominant.
So dominant. That explains why they really want to save this last pick towards Wendy. One of their core carries of Nova Esports, right? They lock it down to Ming at the 5th pick, and truth to be told, he delivered on a plate.
He delivered on a play, and he delivered on his pledge, right? Like, he was like, guys, if you give me Ming, amazing. Let's go. So 8-0-2, pretty huge here for Wendy on the Ming. Like, honestly, PHY, am I sure at 0-5-0 was probably not the performance we were really hoping for here, Sagi.
It was not the performance we were hoping for. It was in a very brutal way to say it was a mid gap. It was a mage gap that we are seeing so far. 8-0-2 versus 0-5-0. Ooh, this is the pinnacle of mid lane in MKL. And if anyone wants to challenge it, they have to come forth towards Nova Wendy.
They do need to go for Wendy. I mean, winning condition-wise, Wendy can probably play both the carry, but also like a supportive role as well, right? Like, we saw him on the Huan, which is generally more of a supportive role into the mid lane, and he still crushed it. But we can look at that gold lead, and it was an even more impressive 10.3k gold lead, and the match only went on for a little bit, I think it was a little bit less than the last game, right?
But before we jump right into the gold lead right now, let's hop a bit back right into these stats real quick. Look at the damage, Blam. Look at Wendy. I am not good with numbers, but definitely that's almost 50% of damage dealt single-handedly by one player.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're saying right into the draft, like, Wendy is the true carry of the side of Nova Esports, and giving him something like the Ming and him showing you that he can do this amount of damage is just a testament to that statement alone.
He was the one who brought up the early tempo, the first few winning strategies, securing himself 5 kills in 4 minutes of the game, and he proved to a point that why you should never give him such good carries and such good counter picks into the red side draft. Man, this man, first game he comes in legendary on the Yuan, second game he comes in destroying AG Global with his signature Ming.
Hey, he wasn't messing around. I mean, you can't spell you can't spell a win without Wendy and the W at the beginning of it. I mean, it is capitalized for a reason, but there is the gold graph. It's not looking as blank and black as it was before, but there we go. It is finishing at that 9 minutes and 27 seconds, and Nova Esports with a clean, not letting that gold get away from them.
Ooh, 10.3k and 9 minutes 27 seconds. 1k more per minute. That is a statement of a game. If you wouldn't call them rivals, I don't think you can call them rivals at this point. The golden AG that we've seen during the qualifiers in HOKS3 doesn't seem to be showing up as of week 6. Maybe they are still hiding their technology, their gameplay towards the playoffs. We'll have to see.
Yes, we'll have to see, but MVP has to be none other than Wendy, right? Like, I feel like there'd probably be a riot from our side if Wendy didn't get MVP this second time around, but 8-0-2 and 47% of the damage dealt. Woohoo! I mean, you could have just rounded that up production, right? Round it up to 50% because it seemed that way.
It seemed that way indeed. 8-0-2, 47% damage dealt. He was single-handedly carrying the entire damage graph on the side of Nova Esports. He was the guns. He was full-on blazing on the side of AG Global. They are victims of Wendy's winning strategy.
Yeah, those winning strategies was the winning strategy, right? Like, they just put so much pressure onto the side of AG Global. I don't think, like, there's a more fitting ultimate here for the side of Nova Esports in this game too. But honestly, props to CY. He definitely set up a lot of these in fights, as well as Schwant here. So both the Dharma and the Musashi playing that key role of just setting up the feed into Wendy.
Exactly. Even though we prize Wendy so much on his performance, on his damage dealt, but none of it can be done without Wave Pit, CY, and Strength setting up so many crucial catches, so many crucial pickoffs with their ultimates, setting up Wendy for success in the early to mid game. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even here, like, just across the wall, shot goes down.
This was beautiful.
And there it is, the clutch as well here. The Truth Mantra into the Unbridled Outburst was just the kind of the setup and control that we knew was coming through from Nova Esports with this draft. And it was all to the detriment of AG Global, right? Like their draft was very hard to try and counter all this crowd control coming through.
As we mentioned, if you give Dharma, if you give the Zhangfei towards teams like this with high execution possibilities, you're gonna be in for a treat when they engage you with a go button. That's why FMVP goes to Nova Strand in HOK S3 because he's always solid and he's always clutching all these moments when you need him to. And yet again, Waypit, the solid shield, the solid backbone of Nova Esports, making sure that his engage matters as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like they all played a part within this one. Obviously, yes, Wendy did carry with the crazy amount of kills in that one, 7-0. But at the same time, like that wouldn't be able to set up if it weren't for the sidelines there. But it is actually going to be an interview with Wendy this time around. I mean, who else? Like we need to hear some of these tips from Wendy.
We got to hear something from him, man. Oh, Wendy. I can't wait to speak to him, which we will be speaking in right about now. Oh, hello, Wendy. 你好。
Hello.
So, Blam here. 待会我会为 Wendy 做翻译 and Blam, you will be asking Wendy any questions. I'll be your translator for this session.
Okay. So, with that win, you guys are secure top 2 with BSC in the playoffs. How do you feel right now?
通过那把的胜利，现在你们已经和 BSE 在季后赛了。你现在是什么样的感受？
就非常开心吧，毕竟我们已经稳第一、第二了嘛。
So he mentioned that he's actually very happy. He's relieved that he's actually locked in for top 1 and top 2. So yeah, very happy.
Amazing. So the next question will probably be, so same question we asked BSE. Aside from BSE, which team do you think is the most dangerous out of the play-ins teams?
然后 Wendy 解说就有问，刚刚我们有问 BSE 同样一个问题，就是在除了 BSE 以外的队伍里面，前6里面的队伍嘛，你觉得剩下的队伍除了 BSE 以外，谁比较危险在季后赛？
我觉得最危险的就是我们自身状态吧。我们自身状态如果调整好的话，打谁都不是危险的。
Okay, so Wendy here mentioned that I don't think anyone is much of a threat outside of BSE, but it's mainly our own form. If we don't have form, that will be the most crucial and detrimental danger that we are going to be facing. Yep.
Right. And then the last question. Tomorrow you're against BSE again. Is it going to be another Nova win?
然后最后一个问题，就明天你们会面对上手感火热的 BSE， 上次你们对他们是一个2-1，明天会是一样的结果吗？
明天的结果可能不一样，是2-0吧，我们2，他们0。
So 谢谢你 Wendy. So he mentioned that, alright, yeah, tomorrow's result I can't say much. It might not be the same as 2-1, but definitely it's going to be a 2-0 as we are going to be the 2 and they're going to be the 0.
Oh, okay. Fighting words. But thank you, Wendy. Once again, thank you. Well done on the 2 MVPs.
谢谢你 Wendy, 谢谢你，加油，拜拜。
谢谢，拜拜。
拜。Wow, fighting words from Wendy. Not a 2-1, but a 2-0 for tomorrow. Woo!
Yeah, that's going to be hard. A good one to watch, though, as well, right? I mean, we saw that obviously BSE's mid lane as well. They picked Kongming today, so I feel like it might be the conflict of the Kongmings tomorrow between BSE and Nova. But honestly, what a dismantling that was between Nova and AG Global. That was a hard game 2 to watch, and game 1 was like, okay, we can kind of hope and pray that AG Global are just going to draft something a little bit better and play a little bit better in the early game. But Nova was just like, nope.
Nova just said nope. As you mentioned, was it going to be a close game? Maybe not, but was it a spicy game? It was a hell of a spicy game.
Oh yeah, very, very spicy game. But obviously after that is obviously week 6, day 1 done. This is going to be the stand-ins going forward for the rest of this week. So Black True Esports still at top with 11-1. Same with Nova Esports, 11-1 as well. AG still 3rd. O2 Esports 4th. DTE Game in 5th. Team Secret still 6th because neither of those 2 teams played today. And then Todak and Seoul Esports still, unfortunately, at the bottom of the leaderboards.
Exactly. So with today's results, Black True Esports and Nova Esports have locked themselves in the playoffs position. They do not have to play the play-ins, so they start off in the upper brackets. They have one more extra life, as we mentioned, as it's double elim starting from their bracket. For the top 6 teams, they have to play towards the play-in, so it's gonna be a bit of a dangerous push that they have to play, right? So let's look a bit on tomorrow's schedule in a bit. Right now, let's head on to the schedule.
Yeah, let's have a little look at those matches tomorrow that's going to be in store for you guys. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Woo! We get 4 matches tomorrow, guys. So that's going to start off with DTE going up against Team Secret, O2 Esports against AG. We have Seoul Esports against Todak. So the fight for the bottom place there. And then BSC against Nova, a fight for that top spot.
This is so spicy tomorrow. DTE versus Team Secret will solidify who is actually 5th or 6th. And O2 versus AG will solidify O2 Esports' chance to actually push themselves towards the top 3 if they're looking for it. SE and Toda, it's a clutch game. We're talking about like cash rewards. Whoever gets to 1, to 0, they go back with the money, right? And the ending, match 4. Blackshrew Esports versus Nova Esports, ending the game at match 4. Whoever wins will solidify themselves as the first place of MKL, the first ever MKL regular season. Ooh.
Yeah, what a title that is to behold, right? Just being top of the regular season. But that was great, right? I mean, this is all leading up to the playoffs, right?
But one thing for sure I want to talk to you about one thing. For those at home who want to experience real esports at a real venue, don't forget to come over to Sunway Pyramid 6 to 8 June, Lower Ground 2, Blue Concourse for the epic finale of MKL Spring Season 2025, where we will be seeing play-in, playoffs, and whoever that is going to represent Malaysia MKL to the KWC happening in Riyadh.
Yeah, exactly. If you're local, definitely drop by. It is going to be an absolute blast. And like I said before, I mean, it's an Honor of Kings event. There's going to be other things there as well for you guys to do, potential things to win, more than likely. But you're going to be there to be seeing who you're going to be sending as your representatives to KWC as well, right? Like, that's going to be like the most prideful thing of that playoffs offline event. But that is it for week 6. Obviously, day 1 already done. Day 2 looks like it's gonna be action-packed, Sagi.
Action-packed indeed for tomorrow's schedule, but definitely tomorrow's schedule will be with another ending. I hope tomorrow everyone's gonna have a blast watching tomorrow's matches. For me and Blam here, we'll be signing out shortly once that we are end of this stream. So don't go anywhere for tomorrow. Make sure you mark your calendar, set that alarm, and for those at home, I hope you have a good day, and we shall see you shortly tomorrow.
Ever-changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Turn it back.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.